first item on the agenda is RTA Next Plan Development Update. And so I will hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you all for being here on a special day. And I want to acknowledge and thank our CAC liaisons. Both officers are here this morning. They had a very good, productive meeting last Monday. And we have provided all the information from that meeting in your packet. On your table side, you also have a hard copy with a minor revision. I'll go over that in a minute. But you have all the information in the hard copy format at your table side. So as you all recall, there were 4 options that were discussed at the CAC meeting on Monday. Again, kudos to the chair and the vice chair and the rest of the CAC members. They had a very long, productive day on Monday, and they were able to narrow down the 4 options to 2 remaining options. The chair attempted very diligently to try to see if he can get consensus on one option, but after almost 4.5, 5 hours, the decision was made that they were going to advance 2 options for further discussion by GMC as well as RTA board. The 2 options, again, you have those 2 options. Those are options 4.2 and option 5.1. And I'll go over the difference between the 2 options, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. McGovern if he wants to add anything. So in a nutshell, option 4.2 was a minor modification to what the working group and the TMC adopted earlier this summer. They made a few minor modifications to that. So if you look at the packet in front of you, and if we can pull that option 4.2 up, the modifications, as I said, were relatively minor. Reduction in the Sonoran Corridor project from $25 to $7 million. And then if you go below the black line, and for some of the folks that are alternates today, the black line essentially was the budget constraint. Anything that was above the black line would be within constraints. Anything that was below the black line would have been beyond the budget. But with this modification, the committee recommended to bring the 2 projects highlighted in blue, which is Drexel Road and the Campbell Avenue, to bring those 2 projects up above the black line and skip the larger project, which was Irvington Road. Skip that, but go down to those 2 projects from a ranking perspective. So the plan would include those 2 projects above the line, and to accommodate that, they made some adjustments to the contingency. The contingency, if you recall, was $100 million, and this proposal now reduces the contingency down to $40 million. So those are the only significant differences. And obviously another difference was that with the savings, there was a increase in the transit allocation from 510 to 610. So again, you have the summary in front of you, you have the list of projects in front of you, and those were the only modifications as recommended by the CAC. Option 5.1 was a older proposal that resurfaced at the November 20th meeting of the CAC. Chair McGovern wanted to have additional options to discuss, so he brought that back forward to the CAC, and then at the December 4th meeting of the CAC, they made further modifications to that option. what you have in front of you, and on the slides are two projects that are highlighted in red. And that is the 36th Street project with South Tucson and the Ina Road project with Marana. The proposal is to eliminate those two projects from the above line list and use the savings to add 4 other projects that are highlighted in green and bring those 4 projects above line. And those projects are Orange Grove Road, Irvington, Drexel, and Campbell. And also, just another minor change, there was a recommendation to combine the 4 Drexel projects. There's a footnote that reflects that at the bottom of your table. We can address that later, how to combine those projects into one project, but ultimately the cost is still the same. But the description and the scope has to be modified to show it as one project. In addition to that, they had also zeroed out the contingency. There is no contingency in this proposal. And by making those modifications all together, they made adjustments to other elements. So you can see transit was increased to 667, environmental was increased to 60. Safety and active transportation were combined from 2 different elements to 1 element. And the budget for that was increased to 235, with 35 of that set aside for just South Tucson.
270 with 35.
35 to 35, 270 total.
Right.
Yep. Yep. So you have all that information in front of you, and those were the 2 recommendations that are moving forward from the CAC. You also have another table that shows all 4 options side by side, just for reference. So again, I'll go over it quickly just so everybody is following. So option 1 and 4.1 were no longer considered. They're not moving forward as far as the CAC's recommendation goes. Options 4.2 and 5.1 are moving forward from the CAC, and the breakdown is as shown on the slides and in your packet. And again, there's some footnote down there that explains that the safety and the active transportation elements in the 5.1 option would be combined into 1 element. Other than that, Mr. McGovern, anything else you would like to add as an update? Or Terry, well, Terry's not here, but Carmine as our liaison and Caroline as our vice chair, any of you would like to add anything?
Not too much. It's a pretty good high level overview of the work that the committee did. Would point out on the option 4.2, the amount shown for transit is 610, which seems to be 100 million above the 510 of the working group or the TMC proposal, but keep in mind that it also includes a $70 million Tucson transit / high capacity transit allocation, whereas the original 510 would have not specifically called for that, but would have had as the numbers we were working with were about 140 million above the 370 that was projected to be maintenance of effort in transit over the next 20 years. So that's just one clarification in a way, because that high capacity transit project was kind of a key moving element that moved from at one time in the project list and then kind of disappeared and came back, and ended up in the transit allocation. Otherwise, I think that's about it for right now, I think.
Thank you, Tom. Carolyn, did you want to add anything at this point?
Sure. Well, one clarification actually is that we didn't actually vote to bring two options forward to you. We talked about it, and then these two options that Farhad was describing, both were getting support, and we didn't think it was really fair to send you two options. So the chair actually asked for support for both of those, and it was pretty close, but the 5.1 got a couple more votes. So it's kind of split, but we didn't actually vote to send two options to you. So just to clarify that. And then the other part of 5.1 is it was based on the 626 proposal that we had. I'm not sure if any of you actually saw that proposal in entirety. You got a kind of a response from.
Carolyn, let me interrupt you for a minute. Is that the information you sent out?
Yes, that.
Keep going over that.
Okay, I will.
It doesn't get
But
me valuable to-
I will just say that so from that, we actually took about $35 million out of transit. And the one thing that Farhad didn't mention is that we reduced the Sonoran corridor. I don't think you mentioned it, from 20 to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's highlighted on there. But anyway, what I sent was, this was the only proposal out of those, since we were talking about it more recently in the last few months. We talked about having named projects in the categoricals. And so that's what I sent last night, which this has, well, public transit, we have some different categories in there, like just what we had on the last RTA ballot, which is weekday, evening, and weekend service, frequency and service expansion, et cetera, the express service, neighborhood circulator bus, and this is where we put the 70 million into a line item for what's now being called the Oracle Stone Bus Rapid Transit. That's still at the 70 million. And then we also have, which is a big subcategory here, that safety and active transportation, as per the city's holistic proposal. They were so similar. We combined safety and active transportation into one category. Then we have pots of flexible money for bike and ped safety and walkability, safety improvement and speed management for intersections and corridors, and at railroad safety bridge deficiencies, and then signal technology. Hopefully you all have it. But then we have a.
Carolyn, is there a way to pull this up on the screen? Is there a way we can show that, Carolyn? Is there a way we can show that?
Mr. Chair, if I may, again, this is not what the CAC acted on or approved. This was a proposal that was brought to the CAC. So I'm not sure how productive it is for the TMC to get into a proposal that was not even acted on by the CAC.
I'm up for hearing it. Is anybody opposed to hearing?
I'm concerned because it's not on the agenda.
No, it actually is on the agenda that we're talking about RTA next. Am I mistaken on that?
No, we're discussing the proposed framework that was approved by the TMC and modifications to that framework.
So I'm gonna have to push back for how it says here, RTA next plan development update. So
Well,
I think
please
that's a
read,
function
please read the rest. It's about the framework that was approved by the TMC, and we're making modifications to that in coordination with the CAC.
So you're telling me that any discussion has to stay in the framework of exactly the projects that were discussed at the CAC?
The intent of the process is to have the CAC forward a recommendation to you, and you all could discuss in context of that approved recommendation. So the recommendations that you have in front of you are the ones that were approved by the CAC.
And just to clarify, I started going over this at the CAC and asked if we needed a vote on this particular sub portion of it, and was told no, because we'd already voted on the overall budget. But you have it. If I get,
Hold on, go ahead, Tom.
Just to, we're not quite on exactly the same page. It was clear throughout the meeting that at least once we had approved the two, that we were going to take both of those plans to you so that you could look at them and give us feedback, and to the board give feedback on the two plans. I did attempt to find the consensus to see if it was available. It was not. And I reiterated at that time that those two plans would be going to the TMC and to the board. So although 11-9 seemed to indicate there were, there were two more people who preferred 5.1 than preferred 4.2, it didn't rise to a consensus that would allow us to bring just that one plan to you or to the RTA board. So that part is true. As far as all of the sub elements, those sub elements have been riding along with the 5.1 plan, vaguely referred to or specifically carried along, at least at the element level. We did not have time to go back on both of these plans Monday to clarify exactly where that money was how it was going to be sub-allocated. So we certainly don't have something that has been voted on for 4.2. 5.1 is much farther down the road as far as development of what those sub-elements would be. But as far as we just didn't have time to get in and tear those apart. But we had been talking about them for the past couple of months. So, yeah.
Understanding that, I think there's value in Carolyn going over her thoughts, though I don't understand why that's a challenge or would be in conflict with anything. It says recent CAC activities. Is that in fact part of the activity or not?
Mr. Chair, again, to honor the open meeting laws, it was not discussed, it was not debated, it was not voted on by the CAC. I believe that is not consistent with open meeting laws to present something to you that was not brought to you by the committee itself. And it's not in your packet.
Okay, thanks, Starfire. Go ahead, Carmine, and then John, and then.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And maybe just from a procedural question, then, what would the process be then to get from these broader categorical dollar allocations into the assignment of those into the sub elements in those categories?
So that's perfectly acceptable approach to look at what we previously discussed and start looking at modifications to what we previously discussed. That information, as Mr. McGovern said, was shared at previous meetings, but this information is new. This information was not shared at previous meetings.
And just to follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair, have that prior breakdown of the sub elements today, and can we go through that? And in that context, then discussions about proposed changes could be.
My only concern is that that was delegated to the CAC, and we don't have that from the CAC.
All right, I'm gonna jump in here. John, I'll come to you in a minute. Go ahead, Tom.
I just want to point out that when Carolyn presented these proposed modifications to 5.1, she indicated a reduction from the previously recommended amount for transit by specifically saying that a couple of the sub elements would be modified. So she referred to the sub elements when she was suggesting that park and ride lots would be eliminated, and that and that the amount for the express bus or for the neighborhood circulators would be pared back to a maintenance level. So that's what she told us about, how she was getting to a recommendation of 667 million for
Okay, we'll
transit.
come back. Go ahead, John. and then go.
My focus is on the two options and in particular the element summary, and I don't see Carolyn's listing violating what is listed under 5.1. It's the same totals. Obviously, I'd be interested in the same kind of sub-element allocation for 4.2, but I'm okay with just discussing what we got now on 5.1.
So, similar to John, that I think that if we agree on either 4.2 or 5.1 or some modification of that first, then that maybe makes more sense to talk about what those sub elements look like, because we know what the pots of money we're talking about look like. So I'm not necessarily against talking about the sub elements after we determine what those pots of money really look like.
Okay, so back to Carmine's suggestion of really honing in on 5.1, at least for this discussion, and then going into the sub elements seems to make sense. Does that work? And then Carolyn, does that give you an opportunity to talk through some of the concepts or thoughts that you had? Okay, so let's start there.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't necessarily suggesting we hone in on 5.1,
Well, I understand.
5.1 or
No,
4.2, wherever the
okay.
starting point of the discussion. I was just asking procedurally, when did we get to discuss the sub elements? I think what's been suggested by Beth makes entire sense.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, to that point, I would be curious to explore 4.1 or getting all the numbers switched around, but 4.2 and 5.1. If we're digging into the 5.1 elements, I don't think we should exclude the 4.2 elements of that discussion. To your point.
It's a great point. I think that was John's suggestion, is you should probably have both, but why don't we start here if you're okay with it? I'm sorry, did you have another comment, Dan? Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I want to echo Mr. Bonus's comment too. It's hard for us to show support for something. We're seeing multiple amounts, particularly in transit. Is Oro Valley Sun Shuttle Dial Ride, is that still in there? I can't tell, so I don't know if we'd be able to support something that doesn't.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Here's what I'd suggest then, just a second, Farhad. What I'd suggest is, rather than taking a vote on one plan or the other, why don't we start with 5.1 to give Carolyn an opportunity to outline her thoughts and maybe answer some of his questions. But we can do the same with 4.2, back to your point, Jennifer, if that's fine. Go ahead, Farhad.
So again, along the lines of the comment that was made by Paul, there was discussion about eliminating neighborhood circulator funding, but again, there was a discussion, but there was no action. So that's my dilemma, that are we assuming there was an action when we know there was not an action? And I do have a concern with having that discussion without CAC actually acting on it.
So let's just get that on the table now. Mr. McGinney, if you are not comfortable with the discussion, then my suggestion is we adjourn this meeting and repost it so that we can have a conversation that's robust, so that all of these items that we're talking about here can be brought forward. I don't want to violate anything.
Well,
the recommendation is that we not discuss this.
Again, my recommendation is to discuss what the CAC acted on, not something that the CAC did not act on. So you have two proposals from the CAC, 4.2, 5.1, and I think they deserve to have feedback from this committee, at least on what they acted on.
Okay.
Once you provide your feedback on what they acted on, if there's any additional need to go back and forth, we'll be happy to do that. But again, it goes back to some of the comments that were made by Beth and Carmine, that we really need to look at what they acted on and have a conversation about those two options and the breakdown of those two options. And I think that's just a reasonable approach.
John and
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's interesting because this discussion raises something that's been bothering me anyway about the schedule we've followed up to now. We are now talking about the TMC having the final look before it goes to the board. instead of the CAC, which I think is the way it should be. So I have no problem with either deferring today or coming back with the CAC before the board if they're receptive to that. But I think we're a little bit backwards in our process.
Thank you, John. So I might have suggested, but I don't think you suggested talking about the plan, and I'm not gonna try to put words in, I'm gonna try and interpret what you said, is more of allowing Carolyn to continue her conversation in the context of one of the plans, because it seems to be that that was closely aligned with what we were talking about. Did I miss that, Carmine?
I was just asking procedurally when we were gonna get to the point of discussing. Focus first on a discussion of the two plan options and then roll into the subcategoricals. I'm okay with that. So, you know, Pima County has taken a look and continued to try and identify opportunities where we can make adjustments and give back. But I've got some input to offer to a group that comes into play and may provide some funding allocation ability that narrows the difference between projects. And if I'm permitted to share that with the group, I think that may help feed. But regardless of where we start, we're going to be doing this relative comparison back and forth between 4.2 and 5.1. And so it's a matter of what direction do we want to go in that conversation, and how deeply can we get into the details of sub-allocations. Because in my opinion, if we leave here today and all we do is pick one of these two options, we've left the board without important information that's needed in a draft plan, which is the subcategorical elements. And that was the reason for my procedural question. So I'm fine starting with the discussion about the plans as has been suggested, seeing if we can narrow in on one, and then either of them, I suspect, will receive some proposals for modification. So in the end, that's what we're trying to strive towards, is an approach that builds upon these two options and that this group feels is.
Yeah, my intent from the beginning, in order to, kind of clarify this a little bit, is to bring this to the TMC for review and comment to the board. Obviously, since that's tomorrow, there's a time to come back to the CAC again. And I had anticipated that the type of comment that you would take to the board would be either a compromise between the two. In other words, say they both have some elements that are good, but in this area it should be there or that. But there should be these kinds of element comments where you say this is too much, this is not enough. But then also to say, however, if the sub elements don't include, the Oro Valley transit project, and if the transit element doesn't include high capacity transit, or whatever the elements are that, or the sub elements are that are really critical to jurisdictions, I expected to see those kinds of comments sent to the board along with it. Doesn't mean that you'll know what the CAC had in mind, because frankly, we didn't know. We have a pretty good idea of what we'd been discussing for the last several months on 5.1, but again, as Farhad said, we didn't act on it specifically, nor on 4.2, which I suppose began with the 1.0, or began with the TMC framework and how the breakdown was listed in those, right? There were specific breakdowns of all of the elements. But when we added more money to those individual buckets, we didn't say how they'd be allocated within there. So that's work that still needs to be done, presumably at this point by the board. So the comments from the TMC to them should, in my view, include you know, what your position is about those sub elements and, you know, what should or shouldn't be included in them.
Good.
So if I may, along those lines, if you go back and look at 4.2, if you don't mind, put that up, the summary. So along those lines, there's only a couple elements that modifications were made. And as Carmine said, we have the list from previous meetings. We can pull that up and we can discuss where those modifications were made. It's easy one example, environmental went from 30 to 50. So we can show you what was previously approved, discussed, and now there's another $20 million out there. Same thing with transit. Transit was 510, now it's 610. There's 100 million additional, and how that's going to be distributed has to be determined at a later time. Contingency went from 100 to 40. That's an easy one. There was no sub elements under that one, for example. So we can easily walk through the differences between the elements and show you previously approved elements and sub elements, if that's what you like to do. But again, that's as far as the CAC went, and that's all I have to offer you today, because we bring to you what was acted on by the other committee. So anything else that I bring to you is not consistent with their action.
So let me go back to Carolyn's point, or the conversation. I should ask it this way. The commentary that you started down, can you continue in the context of the plans that have been submitted, either 4.2 or 5.1? I mean, maybe that's the better way to approach that. So just be thinking about that. So I saw somebody down. Go ahead, and then I'll come to that.
Mr. Chair, also, a question for me is, there's a number of projects that will be eliminated out of the main projects. And I was curious as to what the opinion of the host jurisdictions are with regard to those ones that have been eliminated.
Sure, I can tell you, if you go back to 4.2 and go up to the black line and look below it,
Yes.
you count how many Tucson projects are there. That's a problem. Problem for me. A problem for my organization. Pretty simple. So thank you for asking that. Did you have to?
Well, I was going to say, and I think there were a couple of specific projects that were above the black line that are now being moved below the black line. And I'm curious to see what the host jurisdictions feel about those.
Mr. Chair, let me help with that discussion. So on option 4.2, everything that was previously above the black line is still above the black line. Thanks to Chair McGovern, he came back with a proposal to actually add 2 more projects highlighted in blue to above a black line as well. So this one, again, if you don't mind, scroll up a little bit. Yeah, this one, other than reducing Sonoran Corridor to $7 million, there was no other impact to the projects above the black line. It was actually addition of 2 projects shaded in blue.
And just to clarify that assumes that everybody was on board with that, and I can tell you we were not. So
Yeah, no,
we
I'm
talked about that. So I want to make sure you all were clear, but I appreciate that question.
Yeah, I'm simply highlighting that this one actually added 2 projects to the above black line.
So it ties back a little bit to Carmine's last comment, that I don't think that anybody here would pick, you know, the straight 4.2 or 5.1, and even actually 4.2 is the easier one to pick on. That the way, you know, the way 4.2 is currently, it leaves about $133 million on the table for the projects, you know, that fell, you know, above the black line. So there's $133 million right there that either do we move some of the city's projects back in, or do we move that 133 million to categoricals? So until we resolve those issues, again, some of that might come out in the wash to what Karen was talking about with those sub elements and the funding amounts that they want or are recommending for those sub elements based on kind of what's left over when we kind of finalize. And even with 5.1, once everybody kind of weighs in, and even, you know, some of the differences here, that like 4.2 leaves the South Tucson project in, but I guess there's been some discussion that Veronica has indicated that, and unfortunately she's not here to weigh in, that they would be happier with that $35 million set aside. So it sounds like there really is some sort of meeting of the two, but if they're really happier with that 35 million, well, then that dumps another $20 million back on the table for maybe putting one of the other named projects back in. Is there more money for categoricals? So until we work that out, I mean, some of what Carolyn wants to talk about might just come out in the wash.
May I just make a clarification? Thank you, Beth, but so this spreadsheet was developed by one of our working group members, did a great job, and then it was modified by Mr. McGovern. The table, just to run a tally, it shows there was some surplus, but there's no surplus. The recommendation was to use some of that surplus to add those two projects in blue back in. So roughly $33 million would be used for that. The additional $100 million is recommended to be added to transit. That's how transit went up from 510 to 610. So there is no surplus. I just want to clarify that.
But there would still be surplus even in 4.2 if we moved to South Tucson, we gave South Tucson what they wanted.
No, 4.2 does not move South Tucson project.
Well, no, but if that's what kind of, we said, hey, there still needs to be.
Yeah, if you make any other modifications,
So, yeah.
yes. But as it's presented by the CAC, 4.2 is balanced. There is no surplus.
Okay, so I'll go back to Carolyn. I'd asked you as one of the co-chairs of the CAC, your commentary in the context of one of the plans. Is that where you are in terms of your comment, and will that work for you?
Sure. I mean, whatever you want. I will say, and I just met him, that Josue is here from South Tucson. If you want to ask if they are okay with it, I'm not sure if they've taken it to council or.
Without putting you on the spot, and by the way,
No, it's
if
okay.
you're not comfortable, we're fine with that. We just, you're.
No, it's okay. This is a topic that's came up a few times as of recently, so without fully understanding the way these tables work yet, I do see that in 5.1, the funding request would be 0. But there's a set aside, I guess, for South Tucson.
Right.
And if we're just talking about the project specifically, the 36th Street overpass project, yeah, that's something that, again, there's been no action taken on it, but South Tucson is not too, what's the word? Yeah, just, we want to look at other options, rather than have one multi-million-dollar project. I think it'd be better to have several million-dollar projects in our community rather than just one big behemoth of a project.
Josue, thank you. So basically, it's the dollar amount that you're interested to potentially do other projects other than 36, but dollar amount is what's important.
Yes,
Is that
yeah.
Summarizing.
Mhm. Thank you.
Okay, I guess first I will just say kind of how all this has come about and some of the philosophy based. It was requested of the CAC 5.5 years ago to come up with a plan, and we're very interested in sending a plan, just one plan, to the TMC and the board. And as I've mentioned before, we really didn't want to see one from the TMC and one from the CAC. I really like John Bernal's suggestion that after this discussion, we have a vote. I mean, we met for, I think, over 5 hours the other day, and like Tom said, we just ran out of time, but there was definitely discussion at the end that it would be really good if we could come up with a consensus plan. I hope we can, but have a hybrid between 4.2 and 5.1, but everybody, it was late and everybody was kind of tired. So that's one option, but basically we really want to send one plan. Another thing that we've been working on since June, and I think we all want to do this, we want to have a unanimous vote of the board, and there was obviously issues with the city of Tucson when they voted against the TMC framework. And then at the beginning of our meeting, Carmine brought forward that the county was working on a budget that included categoricals, and they haven't been able to, I guess, finalize it and bring it to us or here, but it's always been talked about that it would be interesting. I mean, we've been talking about this for years, to have line items in the categoricals. And so now with South Tucson and with the actual list that we got from the city of Tucson and holding a space for the Pima County, I mean, we're kind of not done as far as the CAC, and I would love to be able to finish it off instead of having all these different hybrid discussions going on here, and then the board, which is, 3 days in the same week, and I know it's getting confusing, but and just to answer the question about the dial-a-ride, yes, and if it's better to put it in as a line item, we just don't know what the number is, what the budget is, and we didn't eliminate the park and rides now. There was an additional park and ride that we had in the budget that was taken out for budgeting purposes. I mean, we were really trying hard to balance all those different needs, and I hope that every jurisdiction can come on board, though I'm not hearing it from this committee. But so I think I was down to, so that was the philosophy behind it. And when I went over the transit and the safety and active transportation, like I said, we combined the two, so, and rounded it up a little bit, there's $270 million. We have categories of flexible funds for all of them, but with I think it was $80 million in for named safety and walkability improvements, and the list is there from the city that I believe is about 50 million. So there's another 30 million for any jurisdictions if they are ready to give us, or whoever we're giving them to at this point, the named categorical projects. And I'll mention one area, and a group has come into us multiple times, which is a Green Valley group, bicycle group. I think there were people from the Green Valley Coordinating Council at the beginning, but their projects are all based on multi-use bike and ped kind of projects, but there isn't anything in the named corridor projects for Green Valley. And I believe that the county is addressing that too. And I think there are some things that, we've been hearing about and trying to kind of find a place for them. And that's why we came up with these named safety and walkability improvements, and the South Tucson named safety and walkability improvements, 35 million, projects to be determined, as was just mentioned. And then we also have, as we've talked about before, some corridor projects from the city were modernization, so they were really active transportation and safety projects. We have Mission Road in there, Airport Wash Greenway, and La Cholla Boulevard. That I can answer any more of those questions. And then the last one was wildlife linkages, $40 million for wildlife linkages, and then infrastructure to improve climate change, resilience, and preparedness for $20 million. So, and then, so I don't want to venture to talk about all the changes, the differences between the two, and perhaps Chair McGovern can help me, but in a nutshell, this one has those subcategoricals and lined out like I mentioned, but also there's not a contingent, as Farhad said, there's not a contingency line item in 5.1. There is in 5.2. Different projects were put above the line and below the line. We heard from Pima County, they weren't happy with not having Orange Grove in one of the previous the meeting before the other day. And the city was not happy with just having Drexel, all 4 Drexels. And in ours, which Farhad said, but isn't shown on 5.1 amended, is that Drexel is now 1 project. So more projects, the budget hasn't changed, but they have more projects that were put above that line. So we were hoping from the Tucson side, having that many named projects, even if they're not in the corridor. And then there's a little tiny difference with the amount that Sonoran corridor was reduced by, and what else between the two. I'm just kind of going.
That's about it.
Yeah, so they're not that similar except for the amounts, and there's more in transit. There's more in transit that both plans from the TMC framework, but one has 610 and one has 657. That was overview. 667.
back to my original question. So we talked about the South Tucson project. What about the Marana project? What was Marana's take on with regard to the elimination of the I-10 line? That affects more than, or not the I-10, sorry.
I'm
the
a
Ina
road.
The Ina Road line.
I know.
Yeah, so
I know.
in the 5.1, our major concern for us is the elimination of Ina Road. You know,
Yeah.
truly is a regional corridor serving, you know,
Oro
Oro
Valley Care is
Valley,
your.
Union County, you know, it's a major east-west, that's a major concern for us. We, you know, just got the beautiful interchange, you know, thanks to ADOT and all of the increased capacity, and that's really become a regional corridor altogether. So the loss of that for the entire region is a huge concern for me. So if we're continuing to, you know, explore 5.1, that's something that Marana would be very concerned about losing, you know, if there would be a way to change that and incorporate that into some of the, you know, modifications along with the transit and walkability and things like that. The other main concern with 5.1 is the loss of contingency. You know, we know how much we all struggled with, you know, phase one of RTA with cost increases and things like that. And the concern of not being able to deliver projects and the uncertainty of what is to come, that would be a major concern for us as well with 5.1.
We share the same.
About contingency.
Well, about contingency and the loss of this particular project, because it is a major northwest corridor into the area.
Great, thank you. But you had hand.
Yeah, so again, kind of beating this dead horse a little bit. I mean, it still sounds like that the CAC knew that neither one of these was perfect, that they still wanted additional feedback from the jurisdictions. And we know that there's a board meeting tomorrow, and we know that we've been kind of kicking this can down the road a lot, and we've given the CAC more time, and I feel like I can say, at least with some reasonable certainty, that if we took at least something that we all agreed on, like if we could work out today, like which named corridor projects, and went back to the board and said, hey, here's at least some forward progress, but we all still want to have these conversations about those sub elements that I feel like that would be looked more favorably on if we, as opposed to just going back and like, we threw our hands up again and we brought you nothing again. So, you know, I'd at least like to give them some sort of forward momentum and feel more comfortable with at least bringing them something and then saying, hey, but we still want to work on some of these other items before, you know, and we'll bring that back to you.
Come on.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, and I'm gonna offer something in the context of option 4.2, because the CAC really grappled with, and this body has before, contingency. And I think that at some point today, Mr. Morgimi offering an explanation of the overlap between communities and how that relates to contingency. This body here was discussed at length at the CAC committee meeting. And so there are a couple things that the county looked at that are not reflected in the dollar amounts that are on the list. The one is Valencia Road. And so, you know, Valencia Road in both options shows non-RTA funding of 18 million. And so that is the impact fee contribution that the county intends to make to that project. What is not reflected in here is the $20 million raise grant that the county has received. And so right there is 20 million. So, you know, shifting the amount of non-RTA funding on that Valencia Road project from 18 to 38 million provides us another 20 million. And if we go to the table, Crystal, if you can go to the table that has the side by sides.
I got it.
Thank you. Just for discussion purposes, if you took that 20 million and you looked at the differences in option 4.2 and 5.1, in terms of the safety category, there's a $10 million difference in the environmental. There's an example where we can bring the two plans closer together by reflecting the $20 million raise grant. The other item that we've looked at, and I think warrants some consideration, and the county is certainly supportive of is the Shannon Road project, which is the North Valley project. And when it was originally proposed, had a limit from Lambert Lane to Tangerine. And then through the workshop and other discussions about regionality and corridor continuity, that was extended from Lambert Lane down to Club Drive. And so that entire stretch south of Lambert Lane is in unincorporated Pima County. So Pima County did not request that as a project as part of its original submittal. We were the benefactors of having it extended, but that potentially provides an opportunity to go back to the original scope there. And just rough napkin math, the county has estimated that that could potentially be another $20 million that could go back into, the regional cause. And I started with 4.2 for discussion because of the emphasis on the contingency. And so coming in with a zero contingency, I think makes everybody very uncomfortable. And so, where that 20 million, if we were to modify the scope or return the scope of Shannon back to the original request goes, I think is the subject of some discussion that can take place here today. But then, between, those two, if you applied 10 to safety from Valencia, 10 to environment from Valencia, the only differences we're really talking about is in corridors and transit, and then what's the right amount of contingency. But at least 4.2, we're starting with 40 million in that presentation. So I just offer that for discussion.
So you brought up contingency. Farhad, do you want to go over the contingency?
Sure. Be happy to. Yeah, I'd be happy to. So thanks, both Jennifer and Carmine touched on different pieces to the contingency. So when we initially started talking about development of the RTA Next plan, if you recall, roughly 5 years ago, we did multiple presentations and we talked about the overlapping of the two plans. I have a graphics that we can pull up just to demonstrate graphically what that means. So initially it was a 4-year overlap. Obviously, that didn't happen. Now we're looking at potentially a 1-year overlap. So the graphics initially showed if the plans were going to go back to back, then the current plan ends in 2026. The new plan starts in 2026. There's no overlap. There's no reason for any budget mechanism to accommodate an overlap between the two plans. So this presentation was given back way back when to both TMC and the CAC, and we talked about that concept. At that time, we assumed if there's no overlap, then you don't need any additional funding for overlap. And then there's another slide that shows that if there was an overlap, then again, this was assuming the election was held in 2021, then there would have been an overlap and the new plan would have started in 2022. Meaning 4 years of the current plan would have been cut off and we would have had to budget for those 4 years. So the overlap concept, the delay in actual election date is helping us. Initially, it was potentially 21. We even talked about November of 2024 previously. And the board recently, back in July, decided on May of 2025. So we have less and less overlap, which is good. That helps the overlapping mechanism. But we still have to set aside a budget for that overlap. And that conversation back then with the CAC and the TMC has always been, we don't know what that amount is. We have to determine that amount during our fiscal year 26 budgeting process. We have to determine how much revenue is going to be cut off and how many projects are actually in construction and potentially are going to have expenditures that we have to, from a budgeting perspective, have to budget for. So that budget moves to the new plan. $100 million based on the November election was the estimate. We've been carrying that estimate all along. Now that we're looking at May of 25, it'll probably be a lesser amount, which is still manageable if there is something set aside for that overlap. And then going back to what Jennifer said, and you all have been working with us through this challenge all along. We didn't have any contingency in the 2006 plan. In fact, I recall at the 11th hour during the 2006 discussions, contingency was cut out of the plan. And then 2008 through now even, we've been trying to address contingency. So not having any contingency for cost increases in the plan, we know will create another challenge for the future boards. So that's why we continue to say we need to have some contingency for those future cost increases. And also another issue, and a lot of you have discussed this with me previously, because we didn't have a contingency, we relied on HERF dollars and federal dollars to use those dollars from regional funds for contingency for the current RTA. And if we don't have contingency for the next plan, same thing's going to happen again. We're going to have to rely on federal dollars and state funding for contingency. It's just not advised. My recommendation is we need to have some contingency. How much? It has to be determined at a later time for the overlap and for additional cost increases.
So.
Thank you both.
Yeah,
Good reminder.
Thank you. You know, I think, fortunately, unfortunately, I've been around since the 18 discussion, and I do remember parts of that. What I don't remember is a conversation that the contingency was for this. I thought that the contingency was for planned challenges like what we were facing because of the recession and, you know, the Great Recession, all the things that we've been through in the 06 plan. To have a conversation now that these dollars are for the overlap, I think is a challenge. I mean, that's a whole different aspect of this, that at least, and I apologize if that was explicitly outlined, but I certainly don't remember that as a conversation with regard to the contingency. Yes, with regard to, they've got to build in the plan, we got to figure all those pieces out. But that 100 million, because I'm not in disagreement that a contingency is important. I think I mean, we all know that. We talked a little bit about the way that we crafted the cost estimates for the plans, and I know Rick went through a lot of gyrations with the agencies to try to figure out what those costs are in today's dollars, building in some contingency. I assume that we all do, right? So it you know, and that always kind of nod at me that we had two, right? We have those that are in the project estimates, and then this 100 million. But to now hear that the expectation is those dollars go to the overlap, that's a challenge for me. I don't know about the rest of you that have been, you know, kind of listening to that, but it just seems like that's a challenge for me. So go ahead, Beth.
So I have to agree with Mike. This was not my understanding of the contingency. Well, but I do. So I do agree with you on this contingency, but I want to make sure that I 100% clearly understand something here, that starting 2026, that any money collected by the RTA is solely for these new projects.
So let me clarify that. Anything that we plan to spend RTA dollars on would have to be in the new plan. It's similar to any budgeting exercise. We transfer any expenditures from the current RTA plan to the new RTA plan to make sure we have authority to spend dollars, and that's the overlap.
So that's that overlap, and that's the kind of plan for this $100 million.
Not all of it, part of it.
Well, part of that.
Other
So
parts.
we have 214, 40.
230 is specifically for four projects.
For those
So
deferred
that's separate.
projects. But then we still have $600 or $700 million worth of projects that haven't been delivered yet. So there still seems to be some weird gap somewhere that if all those projects aren't delivered by the time this starts, 100 million isn't going to bring those forward. So how do those get funded? And I appreciate that the one slide indicated that the board hasn't decided what's going to happen with those yet. But are we kind of hamstringing the board saying that, hey, there's 100 million set here, but your guys are going to have to figure out which of those projects that don't get done?
So thank you. So
Am I making
let me
sense?
clarify. So at the time, we estimated 100 million would be more than sufficient for both purposes, we assume the November election. Now,
What?
November 2024 election. Similar to the slide I showed you before, initially it was a 21 election, then it was a 24 election.
Okay.
So 100 million at the time would have been more than enough to accommodate at least the overlap discussion. Now that the board has decided on a May of 25 election, that's more than enough, and there will be enough for cost increases as well. So again, this presentation was given back in, I believe, last summer to the CAC, and clearly direct funding set aside amounts for current plan overlap needs. And we had that discussion with the CAC at the time, that a portion of that funding would be set aside for the overlap. So
let me, we need to talk through this, because I think this could be a challenge. Since most of the projects are City of Tucson projects that are left to complete, you're telling me that the cost to complete those projects, shorting it by a year, will be covered by the $100 million contingency. I mean, that to me, and oh, by the way, there's money left over to be a contingency for RTA Next plan?
no, so again,
Oh, okay, I'm missing.
so the estimate at the time was, we're gonna decide later, we're gonna come up with the actual cost. So you got the expenditure side, which would come from the current plan. That one would just transfer with the current RTA revenues. Those are dollars in the bank. The revenue that we would lose during the gap would have to come from that $100 million. That's a revenue loss versus the expenditure. Combined, both of them have to be in the new plan to authorize our expenditure. So we're rolling over RTA 1 funds into RTA 2, but those are RTA dollars that are collected. RTA dollars that are not collected would come from the $100 million.
Okay, so I'm gonna split hairs, because this, in my opinion, this is a little bit of a game changer in terms of the budget going forward. With the expectation, all the projections that you all put together were for the 2.3 billion, or whatever that big number was, right? But there's an expectation that a piece of that would go towards funding the completion, not the deferred projects, the completion of the 2006 RTA.
But that's
You're believing that
that's-
$100 million will make up the loss in revenue from 1 year. Is that what you're basically saying?
That's on the revenue side of the equation.
I understand. That's what I'm asking.
On the expenditure side of the equation, we are collecting revenue, and that's in the bank. So that's just a simple budgeting exercise to roll over those funds from RTA 1 to RTA 2.
So I'm clear on the rollover. But what
Okay.
I'm asking you is, are you telling me telling us, excuse me, that the $100 million that you built in as contingency
Mhm.
is for the loss of revenue from now 2025 to 2026, which would have been the completion of 2006?
It's not for an entire year now. It would have been if the election was in 24.
But
Now that the election is in 25, it's less than a year.
All right, so help me with that.
Yeah.
If an election occurs in 2025, what month would revenue for RTA Next start to be received?
I gotta do the math in my head. May of 2025 election. Current revenue stops in April of 2026. And the new revenue would be collected in April 1 of 2026.
So it's a 13-month?
Yeah, it's funky the way it's written.
I'm okay with that.
It's
I
fun.
don't care
Yeah.
what it is. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that I'm clear. So it's 13
11
months. from
months.
the
11 months.
11 months.
11
Thank
months.
you for the math. I'm a little.
Yeah, it's funky.
So the 11 months after the election is when the RTA Next revenue starts to be collected.
Correct.
Okay. So that gap from April through
July.
July 1 would be what we would forego.
That's a revenue loss.
That's
Yes.
the revenue loss.
Correct.
And you believe that the $100 million will cover that
More than enough. to cover.
plus whatever the contingency is
Correct,
that's needed for the plan.
correct,
Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, questions on that?
It-
Go ahead, Tom.
If average revenue collection, is 100 million a year, it's probably a little higher now because we're at the end of the plan, but at 100 million for a year's worth, 3 months would seem to be, 1/4 of that. So, I guess my thinking is that something in that $50 million range gives you that money plus some rainy day fund, essentially, which we've been talking about.
So good point. What is the number that you would expect to collect in revenue from April through June? What is the number that you're
We'll
projecting?
obviously have to do our budgeting during the fiscal year, but again, as Tom mentioned, currently it's about, I would say, $9 million per month. So maybe $10 million per month, so 30 million would be potential revenue loss.
So this is not a budgeting exercise during the fiscal year. This is a projection for the next 20 and what we're doing here.
Well,
So-
for the overlap, it's the budgeting exercise because we don't know what the expenditures are.
No, but you're missing my point. Because you said that you built in 100 million in 18 or whenever it was that you started having these discussions about overlap.
Assuming in
What I wanna
November election.
understand is, what is your projection today? Not what it was, but what is it today for the overlap that we need to have in the contingency? We call it overlap for, or the contingency for that overlap revenue.
Because
What
again,
are you thinking, 40 million?
ballpark, based on what we're talking about, 40 million would be sufficient.
Okay, so 40 million, we now
For the
know,
overlap.
for everybody's edification, we now know is needed for the overlap or the loss of revenue from the 06 plan.
Based on a May 25 election.
If on May 25.
If the election date changes, that number
Let
changes.
me ask you this, just, and I'll come to you in a minute. Let me ask you this. If we're foregoing, in essence, what we're doing by having a May 25 election is foregoing 40 million in revenue.
Yep.
So we're hedging our bet, right? And we're assuming that we want to leave time, and I remember conversations a while back, we want to leave time for another election. We were not successful. Question then becomes, is that risk worth $40 million in this conversation? And should we then think about maybe making a recommendation for a later election so that we're not foregoing those dollars and we can put them into the transportation needs of the region? Something to think about in terms of our recommendation or a conversation to the board for consideration. So just a thought, because it seems to me that the risk is 40 million bucks. That's what we're talking about here in terms of a May election. Go ahead, Sam. Or I'm sorry.
Can we bring forward an item to the public that would sort of date specific instead of having to worry about overlap?
Yeah, so
So
unfortunately,
go ahead.
yeah, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, we're at the mercy of the state legislators. And when Pinal County wanted to go back, they made some more specific changes to the legislation. So we have to follow the legislation on the date post-election when the revenue collection
That's
starts.
11 months.
That's April 1. So regardless of what date we go to an election, April 1 is the date that it becomes effective. So
April 1 of whatever year subsequent to the election.
correct.
So we could think about, it wouldn't really matter, but from an election standpoint, it could be May, could be November, could be the following May. No, actually it wouldn't, because then it
Well,
would
then
be
we'll have a gap.
27.
Then you have a gap in collections. Yeah. So those are the challenges. And then again, and I think the CAC did a great job of talking about it, but at least with 4.2, they left $40 million to help with that. With 5.1, they zero that out, which again, has to come from somewhere.
Well, I'm glad they had the robust conversation at CAC, and I apologize for delving down that rabbit hole, but from my perspective, this is new info that I had not understood. And I think it's important because then it gives me even a stronger thought on, hey, we really need to figure out that contingency upfront. Go ahead, Bob, you have.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is really just a point of clarification on the position statement. Paragraph 1 talks about how you allocate if we get additional revenue or below. It has to be an equitable distribution. You've shown the examples of multi-roadways, transit safety, active transportation environment. I would throw contingency. Okay, but I'm still struggling with this idea that we're still not recommending the board look at a base revenue projection. There, the pessimist, but it's covered in this paragraph. But just let's make sure there's a point of clarification that there's distribution correctly across the board.
And I will also suggest to you, and I do have a question here in a minute for Tom, but when the city of Tucson put together our plan, our priority plan, I was very explicit in suggesting that it was proportional depending on the revenue. So if the revenue came in, all aspects of it needed to be thought of, including contingency, because of that exact thing, Bob. So thank you. So Tom, I've got a question for maybe you and Carolyn that will help me as I want to go back and chat with our council. We had presented to you all, and Sam just abandoned me.
You were going to say.
You knew. We had presented to you a very explicit list, a broken down list of priorities from the city of Tucson mayor and council, and asked for consideration of that. And we gave you all the information and on a couple of occasions got into a significant amount of detail. How would you say that was incorporated into what has been presented as 42451? The reason I'm asking is I'm going to go back next week and have a conversation with the mayor and council, and that's going to be the question you're going to ask me is, hey, that's all great, but how does the priority that was put forth by the city of Tucson fit into these? And when I see 4.2 basically has the Drexel Road project for the city of Tucson, that's a little bit of a flag for me. So I want to understand what that conversation was and how it may have been incorporated and thought about. So if you could address that issue.
Sure. And Carolyn can put her perspective on it as well. We did use the entire list of prioritization from the city. Big change was we did not include maintenance, which was your next priority, I guess, after transit. But we did really ensure that a big focus of the plan, both plans, was transit. And after that, we went through your projects. Remind me again what you called them. The location specific. Thanks. And we went through those and tried to go right down your list as we were able to mix those with the priorities of the rest of the region. And that's kind of where we ended up. One of the reasons that there are so many of the city of Tucson projects at the end is simply because the city had 16 projects compared to the number of projects that the others had, somewhere between 2 and 5 or 6, I think, that Pima County had. So that contributed, I think, to what the overall list looked like. And if you recall, or maybe we didn't even get into it, but this prioritization or ranking that you see on our current list came from the idea that we should ensure that the top priorities of each of the jurisdictions were funded. And so once we did that, we had the Marana projects, Pioneer Road notwithstanding, we had up to, and then, once all the smaller jurisdictions were covered, then we went kind of side by side, putting in city and county projects down to when the county's projects were completed, and then added as many city projects as possible after that.
Carol, I'm interested if you had any other.
No, I will just add to that, and that we did use the new, the holistic approach. And just how Tom had said, the one exception that we didn't feel comfortable with were you had new corridors on there that weren't in the last one, so they hadn't been through all of the process. They didn't have an ID number. They, you know, it was kind of like, kind of late to be doing that, so we didn't feel comfortable with some of the new projects. But and with 5.1, of course, like I said before, the categoricals with the city of Tucson making it clear that whether it was modernization projects or whether it was just plain old active and active transportation and safety, that we felt that it would be really important to have those listed in the project budget and also listed on the ballot, so that people could see what it was other than just this kind of general term of active transportation or whatever. So we tried to address it, like Tom said, in the transit and everything we were talking about. I think everybody understood the transit was important, and transit's important to a lot of us, and expanding transit, it just came down to how much. Did that answer it? And
I think
Sam,
there was also the thought that a number of the city's modernization projects began to look quite a bit like an active transportation / safety project, in that especially because we had so much emphasis on recommending that there be named projects within those elements, that some of those city projects, certainly, you know, that are at the bottom of that list, you know, that is so stark when you look at it, could be funded through either minor changes in the scopes that would allow them to fit into those projects, or simply portions of the projects be built out of those sub-elements, out of the safety element, especially.
So a couple things, just again, thinking about this and thinking it through. First is, I will need time to dissect this and compare it to that list, that priority. That was the priority that we've established. It hasn't changed. We will look at that. I will tell you, pavement rehabilitation is important, and we'll have a conversation about that internally and come back to the group at some point. The language that you used, Carolyn, a minute ago, I'm gonna clarify, at least from my perspective, simplistically, how I see this. As we're going through this dialogue, I think that the opportunity to get support is where I need to have a list. I need to be able to identify and present to my folks, who then can go out in the community and generate support. The technicality of the ballot language, in my opinion, is a conversation for another day. Simply because I think that and I know that the statutes require certain projects to be named, and that's fine. But the rest of it, and the rest of the, we'll call them the categorical named projects that we had put on the list, I had always suggested or maintained that could be included in the truth and taxation, the pamphlet, basically the information that informs that vote, if you will, which gets you to the same place a little differently. But then it gives us an opportunity as a team to commit to doing what's in the truth and taxation pamphlet, right? Which is the way we approach things, at least in the city of Tucson. So I wanted to point that out. The last thing on that is, it could very well be, Tom, back to your point, that some of those projects could be, and we'd suggested that early on. As a matter of fact, we were the ones that suggested that the high capacity transit be put into the transit discussion, right? So those other projects could be moved into those categoricals, but I need assurance as we go through this, that is actually going to happen. And then that there is space for that in the rest of the conversation, because we may be closer than it might appear, on first blush, and may be a pretty big disconnect. So that's a thought.
Yeah, the last thing you said, I think, really resonated throughout all the discussions with the CAC about this naming of categorical projects. And a big part of the thinking of a number of the CAC members was that with the Great Recession, there was a loss of revenue, and it was permanent in those categories, in those in those categoricals. Okay. And it was permanent also in the corridor projects. It's just that the board and the region decided to bring other regional funds, other available state, local match, whatever was available, to finish those promised named corridor projects. It was important, not just politically, but just the right thing to do, to promise a specific project and deliver it. We didn't have those specific projects, with the exception, I guess, of the streetcar, to have any named projects in the categoricals that had to be delivered, if you will. And that was delivered early on anyway, even before, or at least committed before the Great Recession occurred. So I think a number of the members of the committee felt like if such a calamity would befall us again, they would hate to see all of those categoricals end up being permanently shorted. And so one way to ameliorate that outcome would be to provide named projects. And so the thinking is that we're going to deliver everything named, and that would ensure somehow that more of that funding would be restored. I don't know how potentially accurate that would end up being, because at the end of the day, it's a board decision years into the future, whenever that calamity would befall us, that decide how to deliver with, the new revenue that they would have.
So one of the things that I think is important, Tom, and you're spot on in terms of the thinking, right? I think that the 06 plan delivery, I think there could be criticism of that because of the approach that we took, right? I mean, we didn't have a choice. We saw a catastrophic drop in revenue, and we made the call. The board made the call, and that's fine. But I think that lesson learned, how do we address that going forward? And I think that I could even see a scenario where the named projects that are in the categoricals get moved along with the dollars over to the, whatever we call them, named projects, corridor element, right? So that there is a higher level of commitment, if you will, to the voter that says, hey, these projects we're committing to complete, and we're reducing the categorical, if you will, because we're moving those projects that are already named and already fall into those categories into the corridor project. So just something to think about, because I do think that that's going to come up in the conversation. Go ahead, Farhad.
If I may, I know Beth has a question, but
okay.
if you don't mind, can I piggyback on what Tom said, and then we'll go to you. So just great summary. There's probably something to add to that. So we almost had 27% reduction in revenue across the board. 27% reduction. The board back in 2014 decided to use federal dollars and state dollars on eligible projects to make those projects whole. There are other elements in the plan that would not be even eligible for the use of those federal and state dollars. So that's kind of an important point to keep in mind. We spent what came in and then we supplemented that with state and federal dollars on eligible projects. So even if in the future, if the revenue comes in lower, the cut was still across the board. How we supplemented those projects with additional funds is really the point to discuss. That obviously if we have eligible funds, we'll spend it on elements that are eligible. The flavor of those dollars would not allow, for example, we can't use federal dollars and go do a park and ride facility unless it's eligible for that expense.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bob.
So that's a little bit what I wanted to kind of address, is at least my assumption, and based on everything I've heard about the funding projections and everything else, is for RTA Next, that once that starts, the regional sweeps stop. And, you know, I don't have exact dollars, but it's my understanding that it's about $30 to $40 million that's swept every year, that money would now become available again for projects that would maybe be like the categorical projects or the rehabilitation projects, that we don't have to try to stuff everything into the RTA bag, that over the course of 20 years, even on the low side of that, that's $600 million worth of funding that's now going to be available for everybody again, that's not available right now. And we've kind of gotten used to it not being available. So we're trying to shove everything into that RTA bag, but there are going to be these other funding sources. So even if it's not specifically touched on in the RTA plan, there are still going to be those other opportunities. And there, you know, we did sweep it before, that there is still kind of contingency upon that, on that contingency, if we have another, catastrophic, recession, another pandemic or something else, or the population estimates are really off again by the time we get 15 years in, that, we've already kind of established, like, there's ways to correct this. But in the interim, that there is going to be that additional money that's going to be available for some of these other projects, so we don't have to kind of arm wrestle those into this project.
So let me, I'll come in a minute. Let me make one point here, because you're spot on, Beth. I have to agree.
Wow, I gotta
because-
have the notes.
Yeah, but I want you to think about something that we talked about at this group 3 or 4, 6 months ago, when I suggested bring all of the dollars into the plan, not necessarily the RTA Next plan, but into the region and the thought, right? Which really gives us more flexibility and opportunity. I remain concerned and nervous about the delivery of the 06 plan. Remember, for me, that's still gnawing at me, because we've got a ton of projects that are coming forth that are going to be a tall order to deliver. And right in the middle of, we're going to go to the voter and ask, we're going to be struggling with that. And so as we talk about the opportunity going forward, we've got to make sure that the context is in the delivery of the 06 plan. And so the extension of the delivery of those projects into beyond 26 needs to incorporate the funding that'll help us get to the promised line there. So I'll go to Tom, and then go ahead, Tom.
Just to point out that one of the policy considerations that you see in the back of the packet has to do with the flip side of this issue of inadequate funding because of another calamity. Recognizing that we've addressed that partially by taking the pessimistic view, and Bob brought up the mainline projection as another possibility. But the flip side of this is, what if revenues exceed projection, the pessimistic projection? And the CAC simply wanted to say, don't put all of it into corridor projects, or don't build a bunch of new corridor projects because you've gotten the money. Make sure that the other elements also get some of that.
Go ahead.
2 points. One, I couldn't agree more with Beth right now, because we're setting a 20-year plan today that we have no idea in the future how things change. The regional funding that's been swept is key to being able to react. having some type of a, $600 to $800 million cushion to deal with whatever the future brings is incredibly important to the region. And I just want to say how much at least Oro Valley supports separating and stopping this. The second thing is on the possibility that we might be getting more, we might generate more revenue. Again, we don't know what the future brings. I was gonna make a suggestion, instead of investing the revenue back into the plan, they're not banking the revenue. Banking that excess revenue, so just in case in 15 years, there is a dump in the economy, that we have a self-creating contingency that could bridge that gap and keep the plant whole.
I suspect that's a policy conversation that'll happen at the board level, but if you think about what we have done, we have taken the regional funds and that's been the contingency that we've used for every year since, so that, I think you said
2014.
So go to Jennifer, if you had your hand on the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was gonna go back and agree with you on an earlier point about starting to name the categoricals. I think it would be really important if that's the direction that we're going, that everybody participates in what that looks like. Because I think we were all kind of devastated when all of that funding got swept previously. Took a hit on a lot of the major projects that we were hoping to get completed on an environmental standpoint and things like that. So I'm going to agree with you that if that's the direction we're going, it would be very helpful that there's a large discussion around naming projects that would go into the categorical. But I think, again, that kind of gets back to our contingency, because if we're naming projects and we can't deliver, we're rolling over one into two. And now, if we're talking about naming those projects, I want to be very cautious that we don't get ourselves in a bad situation down the road and not be able to deliver what we committed to the public, because we're looking at major regional projects that people are going to latch onto and really have an expectation for what. Can't get a grasp on that, and the categoricals shouldn't have been a slush fund, but that's what happened. And now the extra money going into the region, through PAG and the federal and the state funding, now that we've utilized that funding to close that gap, what are we missing? Are we really not delivering on what we committed to? So I think those would be my concerns if we're going to name those. We need to be very cautious on contingency and make sure we're putting our best foot forward on what is a regional benefit.
Jennifer's point, that's not what I was going to start with, but the county would support having a portion of named projects in the non-corridor categories, right? I think they'll need to have some dollars that are undesignated that can not yet identified, right? So I agree with an approach there. Back to the discussion about regional funds, I agree in concept. I would want to see the breakdown of the availability, or maybe the other way to look at it, the already committed amount of those funds, right? So we have projects that are in process that have received allocation of future funds, right? But beyond this year, our TIP is a multi-year TIP, and within that TIP, we've allocated regional funds. So I think that's suggestion was that upon approval of a new RTA, all of those funds get freed up and back, but I don't think it happens instantaneously, right? We've got programmed regional dollars helping to advance RTA projects currently.
Correct,
Great
yes,
point.
and
Go
I
ahead,
think
Farhad, please.
that, and then you brought that up earlier too, Mr. Chair. So currently the draft tip that's being developed completes all of the current RTA projects using federal dollars, state dollars, and RTA dollars through fiscal year 29. So going back to Beth's comment, starting fiscal year 30, those funds would be freed up for other purposes.
Assuming that the projects are delivered,
We have, based on the most recent cost estimates, based on the most recent information available, they can all be funded in the plan that is being developed currently.
that's cost to complete current.
Cost to complete current, yes. But again, so fiscal year 30 would be, I'm sorry, fiscal year 30 would be
That first
when
year,
we free up perf dollars and federal dollars for other uses.
based on current projections. Go ahead, Seth.
I need some clarification on that. We had a tip subcommittee meeting last week. It does show all the funds. Okay, project, but there's still $138 million deficit. Yeah, how is that being addressed? You just said it's gonna be funded.
So that's 2 fiscal years of RTA, roughly $100 million a year, minus the 40, that's $160 million of RTA revenue.
That's gonna
Hold
cover
on,
that
hold on,
deficit.
hold on. Go over that again. Do the math. I want to make sure I watch the show.
So the exercise that we're going through with this TIP subcommittee to identify how much RTA dollars are needed after all the federal dollars are committed, after all the state dollars are committed. And at this point, based on the updated cost estimates, we're at $140 million needed from the RTA. RTA revenues over 2.5 years is more than $140 million.
So so from today until an
2026,
RTA next, no, until an RTA next plan. goes into
140 is sufficient to meet that need at this point, yes.
Plus the regional dollars through 29.
Correct.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Carmine?
Just on this question of the contingency and the needs to address the overlap, can those earlier maybe separated out? I mean, in terms of overlap, that's, I don't think typically what our minds go to when we think about contingency.
Yeah.
Is that dollar amount more appropriately tucked into the administrative where the debt service cost?
Again, at this
Or
point.
at a minimum broken out so that there's 2 components under there. I
Yeah.
think that's
Thank you.
torturing some of us.
Great suggestion. And again, all along, we've been telling people that we don't know what the exact number is until we have a date specific. Now that we have a board direction and a date specific, I'm comfortable with the $40 million. You could call that overlap funding. And then another line item for projects.
I would suggest that it be a separate line item, not included in
Yeah.
administrative or
Yeah,
other.
no, it makes
I'd
sense.
suggest that there be a line item overlap,
Makes sense.
and it really is overlap revenue.
Yep.
You know, that we've got to make up for in the second plan. Called shortfall in the first plan.
Yep.
And 40 million is the number. I would suggest that that be built in. So it's crystal clear to everyone that looks at that, that there's a $40 million hit, if you will, on the second plan, to finish up the revenue on the first plan.
Again,
That'd be my suggestion.
just with the caveat that 40 million is just for the revenue loss, and we will have expenditures that would be rolling over from the current plan to the other plan. So we'll have to show that separately as well if there is an overlap in the plans.
Okay, but.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Well.
I want to make sure.
So now, let's have this covered, because I think it's important, Farhad, that we understand your thought is dollars that are in the bank, the
Yep.
money that's in the bank, we carried over
Yep.
into the RTA next plan for completion
We'll call that
of
carryover.
RTA 1.
Yep.
Okay. Plus the revenue, this 40 million, plus the regional dollars through 29 will be conjured together to complete the RTA 1 plan. I think that needs to be explicit in the conversation. And if
Yes.
the numbers ebb and flow based on the time frame, it's fine. But I think it needs to be explicit so that when we're having these conversations, it's crystal clear to everybody how this is going to work to deliver, and then we can assure the voter of the delivery of the 2006 plan.
Agreed. So all I'm suggesting is, thanks to Carmine, one line item overlap 40 million, another line item carryover amount, and that has to be determined later. We'll plug that number in. And then, as you said, any other funds.
So the only thing I would suggest is, yes, the final number for that should be determined later, but I think we should project that now to give the board a clear picture of how we are delivering the 06 plan, even though, you know, it'll be tweaked based on
Yeah.
whatever happens between now and 26.
Yeah.
But I do think that that's an important piece that we included.
I agree, but again, all I'm saying is the actual carryover would be a rollover, so we don't know what the expenditures are, we don't know what the amount is at this point, but we will know that prior to adoption of the plan. So that number has to be determined at that time. Basically, it's a budgeting rollover exercise.
Clear.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you.
I don't know what that amount is today.
Well, I mean, I don't know what my carryover is gonna be in July either,
Exactly, exactly.
but I can project it. And I've got folks that can run numbers based on what the expenditure and the burn rate is in comparison to the revenue. I'm suggesting that that be included to show and give a clear picture of the delivery of the 06 plan. Again, I'm focused there because those are
Yeah, no,
North Ball, City of Tucson projects, and I want to be able.
Well,
to lay
I
that
may
out
need-
for-
I may
let me-
need-
Let me finish. I need to show and demonstrate the delivery of the 06 plan is well in hand. Well in hand, and we're confident that we can do that, given these three sources of money. And I want to be able to show that with absolute certainty.
Yep.
And the way to do that is to start those projections and those discussions. And that way it's off the table. There's no one's going to question that after those dollars.
Yeah, all I'm suggesting is that I may need assistance from the sponsors to tell us what they think their burn rates are gonna be during that overlap. Is it 10 million a month? Is it 5 million a month? And then that's how we can estimate a number.
So again, we have been having the discussion, and I know that Rick's been having a lot of discussions with the agencies on the cost to complete.
Yep.
We're talking about cost to complete. We're not talking necessarily specifically about the minutia of it as much as we've got this many projects, here's the cost, here are the funding
Yep.
sources to get that accomplished.
Yep.
That's what I'm suggesting. You know, I don't know about the rest of you, but it just seems to me that we go to the voter, we're having a conversation like that. It's like, no, we've got that in hand. Look, here's the way we're going to deliver the current. Go ahead, Paul.
It seems very complicated issue to bring to the voters. And that worries me on the ability to get the plan passed. You mentioned that it's a legislative action that's caused this predicament. Is there a way to reverse that legislative action?
Well, I would say, unfortunately, because some of the other counties share the same interest in the legislation, we may have a challenge from other counties on the legislation change. So it takes some time to coordinate that with them and change that legislation. I don't think we can do it in one session. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
Because again, my worry is we as a technical group are having a hard time grappling with this. And when we take this issue to the voters, that it just doesn't pass that smell test.
Great, good point, Paul. Thank you. Go ahead, Tom, and then Carmen.
Yeah, we had had kind of a similar conversation at the CAC. I'll take blame for this, that the CAC was not so focused on this overlap issue as on the possibility of a calamity and having money to backstop it. But in that conversation about overlap that we had on Monday, these very suggestions about getting to the legislature or getting a legal opinion that we can't set July 1st as the start date for RTA Next. As we discussed that, one of the points that was brought up, and I think you folks certainly more than we would understand the political ramifications of allowing the state legislature to take a look at RTA in Pima County. You know what has happened with Maricopa County, certainly, and now Pinal County. I guess I made the point that I really felt like anything we could do that did not require us to go back hand in hand for something that we could take care of ourselves was probably not advisable.
I wouldn't disagree with that, Paul. I think details. And I think that we live within the framework that we've got, and how do we make that work? We've been going at it for an hour and 46 minutes. I'd be up for about a 5-minute break if you are, and then we'll come back and have more. Oh, I'm sorry, Carmine, why don't you?
No,
okay,
I was gonna
apologize.
make that point. Let's maybe approach it from things that we can control. That's exactly what I stated, so.
All right, why don't we adjourn or take a recess for about 5 minutes and stretch our legs, and then we'll come back and keep going. First, comment.
All right, well.
Okay,
why
hey,
don't we
Bill,
start?
just want to let you know when we reconvene, Bill Carroll, understand you had your hand up. So when we reconvene, I'll call on you first. So make sure everybody is back, all the members back.
You have a Carl.
Anybody missing? Oh, Josue, okay, is he, okay, we'll give him about 30 seconds or so. Oh, there's your hand, Bill. Sorry, I hadn't seen it. Hey, Bill. Okay, do you see that we have the members back? So we will reconvene the meeting and resume. First order of business, Bill Carroll had his hand up and was very, very patient there, Bill. Feel free to make your comments now. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Just a couple quick comments on the overlap. I agree with you that is, in my mind, that is going to be one of the critical issues that we need to be able to explain so that we don't get pressure against this this next RTA next. And we need to have it very detailed, and it needs to be in black and white. It needs to be concrete so that we can go to people and we can get them to accept it. That being said, I don't think that's a critical part of the public notice, because I agree with, I think maybe it was Paul who said, they're not going to figure this out. There will be people who want to make this an issue, and we need to have the information to be able to make it a non-issue. But I think if we try and push it on the public to get them to understand it, I think there's a negative out there that says, oh, sure, it didn't work last time, we don't believe you again. So anyway, that was my only thought.
Great, great point there, Bill. Thank you so much. Jason, I see your hand. Go for it.
Yeah, this speaking to the regionality of the plan. It's more directed at Sahuarita as opposed to I would suggest that Sahuarita reach out to the Tohono O'odham Nation and include them in their Pima Mayan Road plan, as far as including them as a stakeholder in the project.
Great. You good with that? Sounds good. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. It's noted, and Sahuarita has acknowledged that. Any other commentary before we maybe try to get into some of the detail? Not that we haven't talked about detail, but what's your pleasure as a group with regard to making a recommendation to the RTA board with one of the plans? I've heard thoughts on delving into more detail on the plans. I think the conversation we've had to this point is extremely important. Provided clarification, provided opportunity for us to develop at least a framework, even more so with some specificity. But we do have two plans that were presented. I won't even say presented by the CAC for us to weigh in on and ultimately take to the board tomorrow, I guess. So just what's your pleasure as a group? Any thoughts on how to approach that? Go ahead, Tom.
Mike, just one clarification. I don't know if it's feasible, but it would be helpful, I think, if the comments to the board indicated whether the TMC in general supported those or recommended against them, just flat out. In other words, refer back to your original framework and say these two aren't good enough, recommend against them, which I hope is not what you decide. But between that and indicating whether either or both of the proposed plans is a good starting point, or represents a reasonable approach, would be really helpful, I think.
John?
Mr. Chairman, before we take Tom up on his request, can you, Tom or Carolyn, talk about the CAC's response to the pavement rehab item that was on the City of Tucson list? Was that considered at all? Was it outright rejected?
Chairman, the CAC felt that it was very important much of our conversation, I think, over the years has been, if it's not included, there has to be a separate campaign or a separate proof to the voters that maintenance is under control or headed toward that. So demonstration of the city of Tucson's own extra taxation to develop, pavement rehab plans, the county's PAYGO and the other jurisdictions, publicity to their voters about the condition of their roads would be really important. Then feedback from the board was really not supportive of having maintenance as a line item. And so the CAC decided, especially because, as you talked about all morning here, not enough money was in there for all the things that we wanted. We decided not to put maintenance in as a specific project. Farhad helped us quite a bit also by describing that many of the projects qualified as capital maintenance. Certainly, virtually all of the city's roadway projects fit that mold, especially the ones that improve between the curbs, if you will, that kind of left the curb lines where they were and rebuilt the road, because the improvements that were needed for those projects included replacement of the pavement. So I don't know if that answered the question. Or not, but
Thank you
that's
for
what we're talking
that
about.
question, John, and Tom, the response. That will continue to be a challenge for the city of Tucson. But in fairness, what we will need time to do is dissect the entirety of the recommendation in comparison to our priority list that's been provided, so that then I can look at and say, make a recommendation to the council, the mayor and council, and say, all right, this is a way that we can get to that point because of that, the capital maintenance or capital rehabilitation. That's how I see that. Other thoughts on this? Go ahead, Carol.
Just a question, I guess, for what happens from here and to the board, is that if we can't discuss what was inherent in our proposal that we talked about, kind of the subtext that we're not allowed to look at or talk about today, then the board can't look at that, which is really a part of the whole proposal. Or if, there's some of the, that's a real dilemma to me, because if they can't look at it, or if they look at it without knowing it in context, which needs kind of an explanation of where we got it, I don't know how to get there. Because we did not approve, or whatever we did was 5.1 without, there was discussion about it, that was part of it. And I'm just flummoxed as how that can be presented to the board, even if you give them two options, or if today you have a recommendation on like a hybrid option, which I've already heard some movement towards with the county finding money. It's still minus that piece of it. So I don't know what's the answer to that, Farhad.
Good, Farhad.
Again, Mr. Chair, Carolyn, I appreciate the dilemma. I guess my response to that is that legally we can only discuss what was acted on and forwarded by the CAC. So the items that you're talking about, some of them were not even discussed by the CAC, some of them were not acted on. So that's our dilemma. We only convey communication between committees and the board based on the action of that committee, and what you have in your packet was based on the action of the committee. We even have a summary of each action. And again, I'm going to rely on Mr. McGovern to concur that the things that you are referring to are not CAC adopted issues. Those are coming from you or a handful of members, right? It's not from the full CAC.
Right, my question though is how to move forward with that dilemma hanging out there.
Yeah, again, I appreciate the challenge, but I think you've done a wonderful job. Even getting to where you got on Monday was hopefully something to celebrate. Again, kudos to the officers to getting us to that point. I think we just need to get feedback from the TMC, provide the feedback to the board, and allow the board to have that discussion and decide what to do.
Go ahead, Paul, and then Sam.
With regard to the board meeting tomorrow, I mean, we have just the balance of today to get our respective members up to speed on whatever action we take today with this. Is it fruitful to have the board meeting tomorrow?
Well, there are other items on the agenda, so
Other than this.
so the board will discuss other items and they will discuss whatever comes out of this meeting and the CAC meeting. So I think that was directed to us by the board to have a meeting on December 7th and discuss recommendations from the CAC and TNC.
So,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two things. First, it was my understanding that option 5.1, the dollar amounts that were allocated across the elements here were approved on the premise of Carolyn's proposal that she's not allowed to present to. I know it was discussed, it wasn't presented at the CAC, but it was my understanding that 5.1 was supported based on the premise of those categorical sub-elements. Am I correct in that understanding, Carolyn and Tom?
I think so, yes.
No,
But we're
unfortunately.
still,
hold on. I'll come to you. I'll give you a chance. Go ahead,
in
Carol.
respect to a vote, but it was discussed and it's been seen before and we made changes to what we had seen on 626. I mean, it's been it's been an ongoing evolution. But I would say yes, except that can't see it, hence the dilemma again, that we can't present it. And then, yeah, that's all.
Sam, just a minute. Farhad, go
Again,
ahead.
Mr. Chair, and I just confirmed this with Mr. McGovern during the break. The vote was taken early on, and then later on, it was brought up briefly, but it was was after the vote. And that's fine, it's okay. But even at that point, the chair acknowledged that there is no consensus, so he did not continue the discussion any further. So there was no action taken on those sub-elements.
But let me, Sam, I know you got another question. Farhad, what would be the difference if Carmine was bringing up the same conversation or commentary that Carolyn is bringing up as a representative of an agency? What would be the difference in this conversation today? How is that different?
Again, the way the agenda.
No, but hold on. Because the issue was the two plans are presented, right? And it sounds like the 5.1 tweaked was the one that Carolyn was going to go over. If one of the agencies brought forth similar commentary today, how is that different than a member of the public, really, because they're no standing on this group? I'm just curious as to how you.
Sure. Again, we're trying to honor the law, and the discussion and the way the agenda is prepared based on the direction we received from the board was to bring forward a recommendation from the CAC and accommodate an opportunity for this body to react to that recommendation and to potentially refine your previously approved framework. So it is within the context of your previously approved framework and any modifications based on the recommendations formally coming from the CAC. That is the purpose of the special meeting that is on the agenda as such. So that's, again, we're trying to get something to the board by tomorrow, and that's why it's constrained to what can we get to the board by tomorrow as we were directed to do so.
I guess my whole point, though, is it seems like your concern appears to be something that is coming from CAC that CAC didn't vote on through one of the co-chairs. And all I'm suggesting is strip that away. If one of the agencies brought that up, would that be okay to discuss today in the context of that plan? That was really my point. So Sam, you had another question, then I'll come to Carmine and then to that. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Sam.
thank you. So that leads into my next question is, I'm trying to understand what it is we have to deliver to the board tomorrow, because if we're trying to deliver a plan, we don't have a plan. We have pieces of it. We have the corridor projects, which is probably the most fleshed out of all of these. There's still a lot of questions about transit. I'm hearing that CAC is combined safety and active transportation, so and increase environment for 5.1. So I'm struggling with understanding what our role is today. And is it just approving these dollar amounts based on the feedback from the CAC? Or is there a lot more work that has to be done before a plan is presented to the board? Because it's my understanding then it has to go to the public, and this doesn't seem like it's anywhere near ready for the public.
Very good. Go ahead, Carmine.
So having participated at the CAC, having spoken with Carolyn about the approach that she's seeking to present today, but we're discussing whether it's able to be discussed. And the same thing happened at the CAC committee. But I think what is safe to say, and Carolyn, correct me if I'm mistaken, is that the 5.1 option that was put in front at the macro level that you see broken down today was based on the sub-element breakdown that Carolyn and the small group was working on. So I just put that out there as premise. If you look at 4.2 and you compare it to 5.1, there's 5 points of difference. It's in corridors, it's in transit, safety, environment, and contingency. So if we can come back, momentarily to the discussion and the offer that I had made earlier, that there's $40 million that can go back and be allocated out again by reflecting the $20 million raise grant on Valencia and reducing the scope to Lincoln, right, by 20 million. And that number needs to be verified by HDR, right? And Paul can speak on that in jurisdiction's perspective. But if we take that 40 million and we reallocate it to those differences between 4.2 and 5.1, the 40 million is coming out of the corridors. So it's reducing the corridor total from 1,000,000,033 down to what would be 993 million. So effectively, there's no difference there between the two. Transit is a difference of 57 million. I'll skip over that. Safety is a difference of 10. Environment is a difference of 10. And we have 40 million in 4.2 to meet the concerns for contingency, right? The discussion we had earlier. So if you take that 40 million, it can be applied. We can discuss how to potentially apply that 40 million between transit, safety, and environment. The differences between those aren't as great. And I had suggested, well, maybe take 10 of the 40 and put it towards safety. That equals those numbers. Take 10 of it and put it towards environment. That equals those numbers. And then really what you're talking about is, where does the other 20 potentially land? Does that get put into transit entirely? Does it go into contingency? Where does that land? So I want to bring us back to maybe a structured approach to it. And I know people maybe favor 4.2 over 5.1. I think just to sort of guide our discussion, if we take the 40 out of corridors as suggested, that brings that total to 993 million. Now, it includes INA is in, but I understand the mix of projects may not be acceptable from certain jurisdictional perspective, but there could be some adjusting that happens around that corridor listing.
So, Mr. Chair, again.
Second part, Carolyn had her hand up, and then I'll come to you.
Well, just another suggestion along those lines, and it gets back to the dilemma that we're not allowed to talk about, but if you look at it from the other plan, 5.1, that 40 million in corridor pretty much puts Pioneer Road back in. So then we have just well, there's still no contingency, but then we can start playing with those same kind of numbers that you're talking about in 4.2 and find contingency as opposed to the one that doesn't have the dilemma part. Because that's been pretty fleshed out, and it sounds like there was a lot of support at CAC for that, as we've been talking about it over the last few months. And it sounds like there's some here too, and maybe, and we've got money like programmed. Okay, I have money programmed.
There you go.
You know, for the county's projects and perhaps others, and there's also quite a bit of flexible funds. So I would just challenge you, if you're gonna do it like you're talking about, try it the other way and get Ina back in, et cetera. Okay.
Go ahead, Farhad, and then Beth.
So if I may, we haven't heard from Oro Valley on the scope of that project, and if $20 million reduction is the right number. I don't know, Paul, if you want to add anything to that.
In concept, we are absolutely on board. I think we all have to come to the table and bring whatever reductions we can, because we need to get this thing within a framework that works. But my only but is I want to have a chance to work with the county, just so that we can confirm the 20 million as well. I think there lies my only hesitation. I'm 110% on board with it. We just want to confirm the dollars as well, make sure we're both on the same page.
I think that we can get to where you want to be and where Carolyn wants to be, but it comes back to what Carmen was just saying, that we have to agree which plan are we talking about, so we can have those numbers and we know what we're dealing with. So the first step has to be saying, hey, are we generally in agreement with 4.2, which is actually very close to the TMC's approved plan. So the TMC had an approved plan and had the CAC kind of approved plan. So still trying to find that middle ground on what that plan looks like. Because everything that we've talked about so far too, with regard to the contingency now has to be, now we have that kind of new understanding, because if we accept 5.1 on face value, then that means that the city loses projects in RTA 1. So I don't think that there's any way to either completely accept just 4.2 or 5.1, that there's some massaging that has to be done with either of those plans, so that we can figure out, to Carmine's point, where we can maybe kind of get everybody to that consensus, or that, you know, everybody walks out, maybe not totally happy, but you know, that's never how you get to consensus, right? When everybody walks out just a little bit sad, like that means you did your job well. So
here, thank you both. Here's my gut on this. Really should be thinking about Plan 9.3, which is the combining of those two and picking those that are the best of both worlds, right? Which we can't do sitting here. I think, you know, back to Paul's point, and many of you, there's a lot of detail that still needs to be worked out. I think that so for example, how do we know what those investments are in those categoricals until we delve into it? So we really get into it. And right now, if you ask me to vote, I'm out. I can't support these without knowing what that detail. I don't know what I'm voting on, right? And that's hard, because it sounds like I'm not trying to play ball here, and I am, but I'm just suggesting I need to understand so I can report to my folks, this is what it means. And I think back to Sam's point early on, he said, you know, there's still some detailed discussions here. Do you think that there's an opportunity for the board, obviously, to weigh and provide guidance and all those things that you know, ultimately allow? But from our perspective, I think it's going to be more of an iterative process. I think going back to the consensus, I would like to think of it as not everybody leaves happy. Everyone leaves satisfied that their needs were heard and were addressed to the best of our ability as a team. And I do think that there's opportunity for that. But just simplistically, when I asked about the priorities of the city of Tucson, they were factored but there were assumptions made. Well, you know, I love assumptions, but I also want to see some specificity so that then we, I think as a team, can present to the voter confidence about how that, we'll call it distribution of investment. So I guess what I'm suggesting is not necessarily Plan 9.3, although if you add them together, that's about what we get, is really thinking about the recommendation is, hey, board, we've got to, we think that there's some nuggets and kernels of opportunity here, but we're going to need some time as the TMC to really dissect and come up with recommendation, ultimate recommendation of a plan. I don't know that these are frameworks I would even call, but the plan will be more specific is, you know, kind of where I'm headed. And then we commit to, hey, we'll meet within the next 4 weeks. You know, we meet once a week. I don't know, whatever that looks like, so that we can then come up with a more defined plan with those specific projects is my suggestion. So I don't know, thoughts? Football.
That's something like a all-day workshop, you know, we have a lot to discuss here.
But you hit it on the head, Paul. You haven't had a chance to brief your folks, right? And so when you start having conversation about reducing the scope of one of your projects or eliminating a project, I mean, we're all here representing our respective folks, and it's going to be hard to make those conversations or those decisions on the fly. You know, South Tucson, you know, what are those? What's that $35 million look like, right? You know, is it just a placeholder? And you know, well, Swed needs time to go back and have conversation with his folks as well. So I'm not in disagreement with it all day. I'm just thinking it's probably going to be iterative. I think it's going to be an iterative process for a short period of time. I don't think it should be months and months and months, but a conversation with this group to then come up with a true recommended plan, if in fact that's what the board would like, or us to weigh in on those two plans. That's just my suggestion, my gut at this point. I don't want to burn up more times, and you know, certainly don't want to waste time. But I do think that there is a potential path there that we could ultimately.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, you know, to your point, they're very close. You know, so I think we could get close. I don't think that we could get to a level where we're identifying listed projects and the categoricals. Nobody's prepared to do that today. There's a lot of conversations that would need to be had because those haven't been things that have been brought forward by all entities at this point. But I do think the plans are close. So I think with some modifications, which took place at the other committee as well, I think that we could come up with an alternative, you know, a recommended plan that we could move forward, knowing that we would have more homework to do on the specifics of what that looks like. So if we have the category of funding allocated, that we could go through and identify what those could be. You know, the work wouldn't be completed, but we would at least know that that is something that.
Thank you. We'll go to Jason and talk. Go ahead, Jason. Oh, Bob, did you have your hand up, Bob?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go to Jason, Bob, and then Tom. Go ahead, Jason.
What's the possibility of having a joint meeting between the CAC and the TMC? Would you know, as a full body, coming up with a single plan that we can all agree on, rather than going back and forth, you know, like we're doing now. You know, I think there would be benefit to having a joint meeting between the two organizations, two entities, to try and come up with a plan rather than, you know, all this iterative process that we're going through. Is that possible?
All things are possible, sir. And I will discuss. I know that CAC has been working for, you said 5.5 years. Time flies when you're having fun. And there's been a lot of work there. So I think that certainly that's an option. I do want to be respectful of what I'll call the recommendation that has been made. But the flip side is, during the iterative process, I think it is respectful to have feedback based on even question about or interpretation of, you know, some of the things that may have come out of the CAC. I think there'd be value there. Go ahead, Bob, you had your hand up and then Tom.
Yeah, my comments specifically on one corridor element between 4.2 and 5.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, when we look at it, this is a voter perception. When, we're a technical management group. When we started this, we looked at what's our capabilities for broad down access. Critical that I think Ina Road is. I know we talked about it. And you think of the perception of what the voters would look at. And they see, I need cross-town access. I'm on the, northeast side of town. I need to go to Phoenix. Okay, they're hitting Sunrise and they're hitting Ina Road. Okay, and we spent all this money on a beautiful TI in Ina Road. Let's finish the job. Okay, so I think Ina Road's critical. I think voters will see that as common sense.
Good point, Blake. Thank you. Tom and then Carol.
Yeah, I guess the point I wanted to make was that, based on previous direction or feedback from the board, I'm anticipating that they expect that our work is done, whatever we're able to bring them, the CACs, yeah. And I know the TMC is more of a standing committee that, isn't necessarily subject to dismissal, if you will. But certainly if you want to continue an iterative process, it would require that the board say that we want the CAC to continue to work specifically on something. Or it may just be that the board decides with all the conversations that have occurred over the years, there's enough basic information there for us to do it ourselves, that be the board or a sub of the board. I guess if I were the TMC, I would maybe focus a little bit on specifically what you recommend be done next, as you just brought up, and that would include who should be involved in that additional process necessary to flesh these out or to create a compromise between the two.
Carolyn, and then I'll come before.
Well, a couple small, just a couple of things that I wanted to mention or reemphasize is the South Tucson that's a difference in the corridors, as it's not in ours, and we have this flexible funding for a lot of smaller projects, which sounds like the South Tucson does support. So keep that in mind as far as both of these, if whatever way you go. But to Paul's point, nobody was against keeping Ina Road in. I mean, it was just the matter of the money. And as you recall, because I think you were there, that at the last, I think, ad hoc meeting, the town manager just offered it up in the spirit of compromise. Well, nobody else offered anything up. So it's not a surprise that, he just said those two TIs are more important than Ina Road. So we'd be willing to put Ina Road kind of, on the table. So, or off the table. So nobody, I would love to see that. I think everybody would like to see that come in. It was just simply a numbers game. But to the iterative process issue, and this is said in the spirit of not disenfranchising the CAC, because we put a lot of work into it. And I was on this committee 20 years ago, and I was on the campaign 20 years ago, as a lot of our committee members are, and even people that from the Citizens Committee that weren't involved in the campaign, they were asked about it. They were cheerleaders for the campaign. Some of us were more public than others. And maybe Tom doesn't agree with me, but I think that we have another meeting or we get involved with this meeting iterative process. I do feel like we can come up with a consensus, but I don't want, and it's up to the board, but how that goes from here. But I think moving ahead with some changes or a hybrid and shutting out, the CAC from looking at what gets done will disenfranchise pretty much, a lot, maybe all, if it's a hybrid. I don't know, but it's really important to me that the CAC really feels that what we worked on for all this time, and we were so close. We got more work done on this in the last few months than we have for the first 5 years, and I think we can do it.
Sounds like, right before the deadline.
Isn't that the way it happens?
So again, if I may, going back to Carmine's suggestion, the $20 million raise grant, that's administrative. We normally would make that adjustment to show that additional non-RTA dollars can be committed to that project. So we like to do that, if that's okay with the county. And that really the question remaining is, what do you want to do with the $20 million that's going to free up? And it's, again, going back to your recommendation, if you do 10 and 10, at least you modify 4.2 and get one step closer. So that would be my recommendation, to act on that, to decide what to do with the $20 million that's now freed up.
Jennifer, and then, I'm sorry, it's Jennifer, Beth, and then Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, if we're looking at 4.2 and some of this money is being reallocated back, and we heard from the city of South Tucson earlier that they would be, looking to reallocate, their money to have more smaller projects within their jurisdiction. We're not necessarily modifying a recommendation because we're pulling teeth or making a hybrid. We have people coming forward saying that they're willing to give certain pieces up to make that happen. So, it sounds to me from that we have a really good starting point on some extra money that could be available if we're looking at 4.2, hearing, that we want to keep, INA in. That's a priority for us as well, but a regional benefit. But if we look at 4.2 and pull in some of those other elements to make some of those other things whole and address some of the issues that were brought forward during the CAC meeting, that may be an alternative that works.
Thank you. Beth?
So I was gonna say something similar to what Jen just said, but also with the kind of reminder that the board is expecting a deliverable tomorrow of some sort. And I mean, we've been working on this for 5+ years at this point. Yeah. And I appreciate all the work gets done kind of at the last minute, but if we don't take something to them, coming back to them tomorrow and saying, well, we still need more time. I mean, are we kind of crying wolf at this point? Because we've said that a number of times and pushed this. So again, without having something, at least as a, hey, we've taken 4.2 and we've made some of these, additional modifications as kind of that starting point to present to them. But to say that, at that point, maybe we can say there's still some additional things we want to chase out on this. And if they give us that green light saying, yes, this sounds like you guys are working in the right direction, at least having something to present to them for their meeting tomorrow. And I mean, because if we go to them with nothing, I mean, I don't know how they have confidence in TANC or CAC moving forward.
I want to acknowledge the work of the CAC and having participated more contemporaneously on that committee, that a lot of good movement has happened. I was there on Monday, and despite efforts to get there was not an indication by the committee members that they could get to a greater consensus plan. And this is a narrow split vote between the two. And we look at 5.1 and it had 11 votes and 4.2 had 9. It is clearly split, and a lot of, I believe, what underlied the votes that people made was the issues associated with the non-corridor categorical elements and contingency. And so I believe that if there was a way at the CAC meeting to reflect a contingency amount in 5.1, or to bring more of the safety and active transportation aspects into 4.2, that they would have gotten greater consensus funds. I don't hold maybe some of the same optimism that sending this back to the CAC gives any different outcome. And Tom, I appreciate your asking. You've done this consistently along. to this body saying, please give us guidance and direction. Well, if we give you guidance and direction and that doesn't align with what some of the views are we going to come out of subsequent CAC meetings with, still a lack of consensus? And so, again, I think whatever we support as a body today, whether it's 4.2 or 5.1, there's more work that has to be done. If we land on the macro allocations in the categories, we're going to have to come back, and there needs to be then the defining of the subcategorical element amounts. There needs to be a finalization of the named corridor list. If South Tucson is indicating they prefer several projects rather than one, is it at the dollar amount that's reflected in here? Is it a lesser dollar amount? Because that's what 5.1 is based on, is a lesser dollar amount allocated to South Tucson. So while Josue has given a general indication, which understandably, that they'd rather have multiple projects than a single project, that discussion probably needs to take place within their leadership about if it's going from 50+ million down to 35 million. Is that acceptable? So I think that there's space here to adopt a macro element allocation that is a basis then to refine the subcategorical element dollar amounts and to refine the lists. Because I think even in 4.2, to your point, Mike, about needing to go back to the city, there's more of your projects in there, but are they the right project mix? Are they geographically dispersed in a way that is advantageous? Because in 4.2, Irvington is in and Campbell is in. And I just use that as an example. And you were very clear in saying you need time to socialize this more with your council. And are those the two that stay in, or do you recommend something else? Is it a collection of other stuff up to a dollar amount? The one thing I'd like to maybe shift some discussion to is in transit, the difference between the 610 and the 667. What does that provide? What additionally does that provide, and how does it align with what the city's priority ask was? We've got 510, right, is in the original base option, right? 510 is in there, and that maintains existing service levels without expansion.
$140 million in addition or additional enhancement.
So there is an enhance. Okay, so it's base plus 140 million in expansion. When we get to then the 610, it's base plus 140 million in expansion plus 70 million for high capacity.
Whatever.
And a little bit more.
Whatever it says out there.
So I believe I had heard somewhere along the way, and I don't want to call anybody out on it, but that the 667 is not the amount that the city was requested. It goes beyond that. So it's base plus expansion plus, the high capacity. What is that number?
57 million difference? Is that what your question?
Yeah, what does that extra 57 million go to?
Yeah, Tom?
Yeah, and I think that's probably the reason that I have serious doubts about whether the CAC can actually come to a compromise. I think the huge difference between 510 and 691 is almost, the crux of the matter. Certainly figuring out how many projects have to get cut, to satisfy a balance in each is big, but it comes out of that point. And I think the 4.2 advocates don't believe or don't know precisely what the public would get for all that extra money. We know what the allocations were. Yeah. Well, no, I mean the 510 to begin with. They said we don't know what it'll be, but we're willing to put another 100 million into transit. And so, that the 57 million at this point, is again, not something I can imagine those proponents, saying, okay, fine, just in an undefined fashion, throw that money in there. So I think that's where our problem will end up. And so more discussion, about what the needs are within transit. We know overall transit needs, we have a report from RTA that overall transit needs for 20 years are somewhere around $1.2 billion. We can't get there with, with anything we're doing. And this is an attempt, I'm sure, to get us closer to that. But precisely what we would be, enhancing, I guess, by doing that is probably one of the areas, or just disagreement with that level of enhancement is one thing why I think we can't or may not be able to come to a conclusion. I know she thinks we can, and I like that. I like that optimism, and I'd sure love to adopt it for my own.
Optimism, faith, I heard, and hope are what keep us going every single day. But let me just suggest something though. So 4.2 already recommends or includes 610 million. The delta, the difference is that 57 million. So it really is a fundamental conversation around that piece that we can focus on, right? In again, a hybrid. So I think that's important without getting into the detail of what that 57 is right this minute. It's really a fundamental difference of $57 million on that item. But I want to go back to, did you ever have it? Okay. I want to go back to Jason's comment about a joint meeting and then some of the conversation around potential CAC involvement going forward. When I said iterative process, or when I was talking about that, I didn't necessarily mean iterative between the TMC and the CAC. What I was thinking and right around in my head was we go through an iterative process as the TMC to come up with a recommendation that ultimately the board could weigh in on or ultimately decide on. I think back to the point of the CAC engagement. I think it's extremely important that we not discount the work that's been done and be respectful of that in the way of maybe how after the iterative process on the technical level is completed, or at least getting close to completion, to engage, even if it's an informational conversation with the CAC to say, hey, this is how we've taken concepts or pieces of 4.2 and 5.1 and come up with this hybrid, if you will, recommendation, which has more specificity, at least to say to the CAC and be respectful of the time, energy, and effort that's been put forth there. That was the thought process. But Tom, you mentioned something that I think we haven't talked about. I think it's important to at least explore. The charge of the CAC was to come back to the board with the plan or plans, right? TMC is a standing committee, and we weigh in on technical matters that are referred to as by the board. We aren't necessarily going away. And so the conversation could be, board, here are the two plans that CAC has presented and recommended, quite frankly. And we as the TMC recommend that there's some nuggets, kernels, pieces of each that we should go through and have a conversation about. And we will do that. We will take on that opportunity, that responsibility as the TMC to go through that iterative process, again, iterative amongst TMC, and come back to the board with a more baked detailed plan in the not too distant future. Because quite frankly, that could be seen as the role of the TMC anyway, as opposed to development of a plan right out of the chute that could potentially even compete with the CAC, as opposed to taking what the CAC has recommended and put forth and weighing in on that once the board has decided upon, yes, those two plans make sense. And you, TMC, go back and do your magic to come up with the plan. I'm just kind of trying to get to a point where maybe we define the roles a little better in terms of where that recommendation could be put forth to the RTA board tomorrow. It's my gut. Throw that out there as and again, I'm not suggesting we're kicking the can down the road at all. I think when you dissect the detail of these, we might be very close, and there could be consensus amongst the group, amongst TMC first, not a vote, but a consensus, which can then weigh heavily, hopefully, on a conversation with the CAC. And, without putting you on the spot, Tom and Carolyn, the iterative process would benefit greatly from your presence and your feedback along the way, as having sat through every one of those CAC meetings along with our liaisons. That can help inform, not as necessarily representing the CAC body or group speaking for them, but certainly your experience could be very valuable in this discussion as we ultimately try to, I'll use the term pick and choose from the two plans to come up with whatever that utopian plan is for us to consider. I've been long-winded, I apologize, but I think there might be an opportunity there for us to consider that. Go ahead.
Well, and it sounds like, for the most part, that a lot of people are agreeing on 4.2 with some tweaks, and coming back to what we're talking about, 57 million. I very clearly heard Sam in the meeting say that the city's number one priority was transit. But I've also heard the city say today that they're not necessarily happy with the projects that they shook out. And then we've also just kind of really clearly heard people say that we're not exactly sure what that 57 million buys us. I mean, 4.2 allocates $100 million more dollars. I mean, we've clearly heard that the city said they prioritize transit, and 4.2 adds $100 million to that, which I think is in keeping with that. But then there's this kind of arbitrary 57 million. And I think maybe, something that the city should maybe do as an exercise is decide which would they rather have. Do they want that extra 57 million in transit, or are there other projects that they'd rather move back onto that list or change the project mix around using that 57 million? Because one of the things that I have concerns about, dealing with, budgets on a regular basis is, and I'm going to use PD as a really great example, is that we're all short on police officers, and I could authorize a budget for my PD department to hire 20 new police officers. But can we actually hire 20 new police officers? If that's just not possible, then it doesn't make sense for me to have that money budgeted. So to have the city of Tucson kind of do that same exercise with those funds, where would they rather program them? And maybe make some of those adjustments to 4.2, because 4.2 is already giving them that extra 100 million. And is that extra 57 million really more important to them in transit, or should there be some shifting of their projects and giving that money back to them for additional projects?
Beth, Paul, and then John.
I still have problems with specificity here. How can I make any recommendations to my mayor? I mean, we have very specific amounts of money here. And even if it's for, 200 million is for the operation of transit. Well, at least it's defined that that's for that. And then, rapid transit is this chunk of money. I just don't have any specificity to be able to give to my mayor, even though, I understand and I agree, Mike, with regard to, we've been rolling around here. TMC does a plan. It goes CAC, CAC doesn't like, CAC doesn't plan, comes back to TNT. We're going back and forth, and it's round and round and round we go. And at the end of the day, I agree with you. It's the CAC plan that goes to the board with our technical recommendations. I just don't have enough to be able to give any type of technical recommendation to my mayor where we're going.
Thank you, John, and then Sam.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we're looking at advancing something to the board that we're apologizing for, and I don't think we should look at it that way. I think we've got two good proposals coming out of CAC, and as far as CAC being done, I'm looking right at your policy consideration. The last one says, when you get public feedback, let us react to them. So I think they're still in it, right? And so I think going to the board.
Still want to be in it.
Pardon?
They still want to be in it.
Want to be, well, you want to be in it. You're right. If the board says no thanks, I guess you're out of the game. But I don't think they'll do that. And I guess I'm saying, let's just take this where we are today and say, yeah, these are two solid plans that we boiled down, the CAC's boiled down. And we're going to continue to further analyze and review and preferably come to you with a plan pretty soon.
Sam and then Carmel. And then
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, as I listen to this conversation, I think about how linear this discussion has been, how we focus so much time and effort on the corridor projects. And now we're hitting that wall and that we don't have the specificity that Paul's talking about. That was the exercise the city of Tucson did. We did a holistic review of all of our transportation needs across all the different elements. And I think that this exercise needs to be done for the entire plan. And so what I'm suggesting, Mr. Chair, based on your comments, is that the TMC today is really seeking direction from the RTA board to take these two plans and provide our technical expertise to flesh out the remaining details that we could bring back in concert with the CAC if necessary, to have a more holistic plan to share with the board and ultimately the public. So I'm thinking, I'm not prepared to make that motion, but that's what we should do today, is seek that direction.
I'm gonna try to channel my inner Shane Gilly without the bow tie today. I think the expectation by the RTA board is that they have a recommended plan to consider and discuss. And to Beth's point, I think this body is faced with having to make a decision of these two options that were sent forward by the CAC. Is there one that we recommend to the board? I don't think just saying what they said, right, the CAC said to the board is the outcome that they're expecting from us. I know from the county's representative on the RTA board, that is not what that individual's expectation was, and that multiple plans be sent. So the CAC arrived at the point where they couldn't reach consensus amongst these two plans. I don't think that limits this body to then saying, here are the two plans that the CAC. I agree with the comments that there needs to be refinement. We don't have the subcategorical elements that are part of the plan finalized. I think that there are some things that still need to be received to round out a plan. This whole notion about jurisdictions identifying named categorical projects that are not, roadway corridors. And then I think that the final list of named roadway corridors has to be confirmed by the jurisdictions, right? From the county's perspective, we had 6, all 6 are in, so we're okay. The smaller jurisdictions, similarly, with the exception of South Tucson, who has to provide some further input, and the city of Tucson, who needs to say, yes, those are the right ones, or not those, we want these, up to that same dollar amount. And so I feel as though we need to advance something, and I think, we could talk around this for the rest of the day if we chose to, but I feel as though we need to move towards at least attempting a motion of this group. And I also understand and recognize that further work needs to be done. And that further work maybe is recommended to the RTA board to be done by the TMC, who could always activate the ad hoc working group that includes TMC and CAC members, right? So it wouldn't preclude that from happening if we recommend to the board in whatever proposal we put forward that it needs further refinement, and the TMC should be charged with doing that over a period of time. That's the other thing that I think is critically important, because we have used every second of time up to this point and we're not there. And I would be, wanting to limit any amount of additional time frame to whatever the next scheduled RTA board meeting is. And I look to Mr. Mogimi to maybe indicate when, after this December meeting, when does the RTA board meeting end?
Sure. The next meeting is in last Thursday in January.
Last Thursday in January. So I'm gonna attempt a motion, and we'll see if it gets a second or what the reaction is. And it can certainly include further discussion. So I'm gonna move that this body recommend 4.2 with modifications that include reflecting the $20 million raise grant as non-RTA funding on Valencia Road, and applying that 20 million 10 to safety, and combining safety with active transportation, just like the CAC recommended on 5.1, and applying 10 to environmental. I would also then indicate that we recommend potentially reducing Shannon Road back to the original limits, and that we do that between the sponsoring jurisdictions and with HDR's assistance to identify what that dollar amount savings or reduction would be for that Shannon Road project.
Thank you, Carmine.
I'm sorry. I've got a couple other items. I just want to be well-rounded, so that we ask for input from each jurisdiction to confirm the requested named corridor projects. We ask the jurisdictions to identify potential named safety and active transportation projects, and that we recommend that TMC be the group to work to refine then a final plan, draft plan, to bring back to the RTA board at their January meeting.
Before I call for a second on that, again, I think that all of the TMC, given that we received the plan recommendation Monday from the CAC on Monday, does not provide us enough time to make a recommendation on that air plan. And I think that it is difficult for us to be making any recommendation without having true opportunity to dissect it, in my opinion, because the specificity is just not there. So with that, there is a motion. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion.
Yeah, I think just on that, is there any discussion with what City of South Tucson has offered up with the 57 million to be reallocated?
Mr. Chair.
One more time, can you repeat that question?
The City of South Tucson's,
Yep.
comfort level with the 57 million being reallocated if they had, they're ringing the hat for
A
something.
reduction to 35. I think.
Right.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond to that, Carmine, please concur. I believe your motion allows for that conversation to confirm corridors and then any named projects to any categories. I think the motion already would address that.
So the jurisdictions confirming their named projects, that would include South Tucson and saying, yes, that's our project, or we prefer these other projects, or we'd prefer not to be in the named corridor projects, and we'd like our allocation of X to be moved to.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Carmine, and I'll come to Paul just in a second. Carmine, so my understanding from the spreadsheet here is option 4.2 includes $40 million in contingency, which we have already identified as the need for the overlap. So in essence, 4.2 has zero contingency for economic challenges going forward. Is that correct, Carmine?
That's correct.
So your recommendation at this point is no contingency outside of the 40 million, which is for the overlap. Is that correct?
Well, and so it doesn't allocate additional money for that purpose. However, if we confirm that when we confirm the dollar reduction to Shannon Road, we have additional monies. The county is estimating back of the napkin 20 million that then could be applied to project contingency, economic contingency in addition to. So that would be a discussion that the PMC would take up in refinement once we get a final number saying cutting off Shannon at Lambert saves X amount of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, then we would have that to apply to one of the other categories.
But specifically, I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
that we're
you're
clear.
absolutely right.
because-
Way beyond your question.
No, that's okay. But again, I think there was a conversation about the need for contingency in this conversation and in our plan going forward. And that 40 million that's listed there is not contingency. That 40 million is overlap. And we agreed that that would be shown as a separate line item. So in essence, in order to have contingency, that safety net, we're going to need to allocate additional dollars from the entirety of the program, wherever it comes from will be the important piece there. I think I have Paul and then I'll come to Farhat. Paul, you had a comment?
I was gonna say, I'm almost there. Again, those sound like a broken record, but the specificity issue, if that could be wound into the motion, somehow we need to deal with the specificity issue of, and I know you kind of alluded to it in, coming back to the TMC with this. But specifically on that very aspect, that I'm that close. My gut tells me 4.2. I agree with Mike that we haven't had a chance to really look at every project on here and be in agreement with every project. It's just that it's a timing and a lack of information that makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I'm almost on the same page with you right now.
So if I may, and
Carmine to clarify
yeah,
that.
if I may, this would be both clarification and potentially a friendly amendment to the motion. So if you're willing to make that friendly amendment, that any savings from the Shannon rescoping would go towards contingency, I think that might help a little bit towards that as a friendly amendment. And then back to your comment. So 4.2 is a modification to option 1 that you see on this table. Option 1 had all the elements, the sub elements, all the specifics for the sub elements as previously approved by the TMC. So what I would recommend is just to demonstrate there's delta for those sub elements and address those deltas at a later time.
So if I can respond to that. So I didn't think what Paul was asking was this. He was talking specificity, I believe, of the overall plan, not the 27 million and where it goes. So
The overall categoricals.
Yeah, but if I may clarify, let me clarify.
And so I just don't want to take the 20, I just don't want to take the savings. And if this is not what you were suggesting for her, let me know. I thought what you said is take the savings from Shannon and put that in as continuous.
Correct.
And I'd like that conversation to happen through the refinement on the way to a detailed and specified draft plan to return to the DRT.
Go ahead.
So if I may clarify, if you could put up this chart again, I think that might help. So option one, as approved by the TMC and recommended.
Hold on, though. You said we couldn't talk about anything other than 4.2 and 5.1.
No, option one is right here on your, in your
I
package.
understand, but I thought we had to talk about 4.2 and 5.1, which were recommended. Did you
No,
not say that
no,
earlier?
option one is right here in your packet, and we've been discussing about the differences between the options.
Between 4.2 and 5.1. I'm not trying to split hairs with you. I'm just being cautious of the OML because I thought you had said we couldn't talk about it other than what was recommended. That's all.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, but I can talk about this because it's in the packet. The packet has option one shown with those elements. All those sub-elements were previously approved by this body. So the deltas, and please make a note of this for future discussion. So the delta $100 million addition to transit, 10 million addition to safety, 10 million addition to active transportation, 20 million addition to environmental, and a negative $60 million from contingency. So those are the deltas that we need to discuss. The rest of it was previously approved by this body.
I guess I got the impression that out of the CAC, that the totals might not have changed, but the intent inside those totals might have changed, and that's what I was concerned
Yeah,
about.
so for 4.2, nothing changed.
Okay, fair enough.
5.1 was where there was a discussion about potential changes, but no action.
Okay. Thank you.
I am out simply because I can't support the lack of specificity, back to Paul's point. I do not know where the plans fall within the priorities that we have put forth, and we've been very open about that since day one. I'm not suggesting that we're not able to come to some kind of understanding or agreement based on the lack of specificity and then bringing more specificity to it. But right now, I can't support this. I just can't. It's not within the framework that we had presented in terms of our priorities. I think it does reach potentially one priority, which is the transit. But there was a whole list of stuff there that I haven't seen and haven't heard be discussed here. And until that is clear for me and for us as the city of Tucson, I have to vote no and be against this. So go ahead, John.
I'm just at a loss now. So TMC adopted its own plan, and that's in contrast to the two coming out of the CAC. Is that what I just heard?
The working group made a recommendation in May. The TMC acted on it in July. That framework has all the sub-elements and the specifics. CAC has been looking at that all along. So the revisions, that the modifications to 4.2 were only what was discussed here. Modifications to 5.1 were the ones that was never discussed.
So I'm going to push back a little bit on that, Farhad. I think that what I understand from this discussion is that the TMC had put together a framework, shipped that to CAC, and these two plans that came back are that iterative process.
Correct.
Not that our direction or commentary back in July or whatever dates you mentioned is on the table. That's not. The two things that are on the table, I think, John, are 4.2 and 5.1, which were informed, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, which were informed by the recommendation, for a better term, from the TMC. So we shouldn't really be splitting hairs on, we had our own plan. Our plan is no longer. The CAC recommendations, as I understand those two plans, 4.2 and 5.1. Tom, can you help me out
Yeah,
there?
it might be helpful to kind of track at a gross level the development of the two plans. 4.2 grows out of the original framework, but it went through several iterations before it got to that point that you see. Option 5.1 came from a group of CAC members who got together looking for something they thought would provide more consensus. And that plan that they brought forward was very much different framework. But as a result of the discussions, in order to compare the two, we worked on putting those, and that group went back and made them look alike. In other words, used the same nomenclature for the sub-elements and arranged them in the same format so that we could look at them the way that we're looking at them right now. And so that's kind of how those two came to be. And saying that option 5.1 grows out of the original is not quite accurate because, as I said, it was created out of whole cloth and then made to fit the format or the look of the other one. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I would also add that we did, I mean, basically we had a consensus on Monday that option 1 is in the past. I mean, we've got, like Tom said, we've gotten very far past that. And I think that bringing up the delta between 4.2 and option 1 at this point to the board or whatever is pretty much disenfranchises our entire CAC. And I have a lot more things to say, but I won't. I'm just as far as this go. I mean, I appreciate Carmine's suggestion, but going forward from here, I mean, it's one thing to say, thank you, CAC, for all the work you've done. Now we're done with you. That's another thing to just say, we're moving it all around and we're not even looking at the subcategoricals. And it sounds like in your motion you are, right? And the 5.1 subcategoricals can somehow come up and you can discuss those things. Was that in your motion?
So the recommendation that the TMC continue to work to come up with a final plan would be at the subcategorical element. So we're going to start with that framework of subcategoricals that was adopted as part of option 1, but we're going to need to land at a final proposed structure. So 4.2 is starting point for arriving at a final structure that defines what the categoricals are. And you know, Carolyn, I think, you know, unfortunately, a lot of this engenders emotional reactions, and understandably so. I think that if we really look at it in terms of what more are we adding into the plan that wasn't there, instead of what isn't in the plan that we still think should be in there, I think we would have a different perspective on it. And I think that the CAC members might have gotten to a greater consensus. I mean, it was a slim margin, you know, 9-11 between 5.1 and 4.2. And so where I believe adopting 4.2 as modified gets us is to aligning more of those macro dollar amounts, and it asks for input from the jurisdictions on confirmation on the new projects and identifying that named to be named safety and active transportation projects gives us the ability to still make refinements to a final sub-allocation that looks different than where it is today and moves more towards what the CAC recommends.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. The CAC didn't recommend anything. It's what I'm hearing. We sent to, I mean, you're still saying that all the work that was done to actually specify the subcategoricals, regardless of how much money ends up in it, is being started over by the TMC, because you're not allowed to see what we worked together for the last few months on. You know, I mean, that will also disenfranchise the whole, well, maybe not Tom, he's been here and I've been here, I've been in a lot of meetings. And, you know, the 4.2 and the 5.1, the other two are kind of not really supported at all. And we were making amendments the whole time. And Tom doesn't think that we could go any farther, but we were put in a box. to end up by voting for the one or the other at the very end of the meeting and then we're adjourned. So that's why I don't agree. You were there for the whole meeting. And I think we could, but this is going the absolute opposite direction to have the CAC not feel like it was a waste of time. And I'm not saying that emotionally. I'm just speaking for maybe a little bit, but I mean, I'm speaking for the committee that I've been working with for all this time. We've been very invested in it. This is getting rid of our investment. It really is. Maybe it doesn't seem like that to you, but it is. And I don't think this is a good path to go down. And I'll stop there.
Carolyn, I'm gonna go to Beth and then I'll come back to Carmen, then Jason. Thank you for your patience.
Carolyn, I kind of have to disagree with you because, I mean, you said just now that we didn't come to consensus, but what you did do was you brought options 4.2 and 5.1 to the TMC.
Those were two different, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but those were two different groups that brought those forward. It
Right.
wasn't a consensus.
Right, it was, well, okay, there wasn't a consensus on a final plan, but there was a 4.2 plan that some of the group wanted brought forward, and there was a 5.1 plan. So at least in my head, and maybe I'm oversimplifying it, that you had two plans that you couldn't quite agree on, so that the middle ground is somewhere between those two plans. And to me, that's what Carmine's recommendation feels like is, okay, we're gonna start with at least one plan with the attempt to bring in components that we've heard are important to the CAC from the other plan into it, and giving us that flexibility to modify that and move forward with that. I don't think that anybody has ever said that when we do that, we can't see the information that you're talking about or consider it. But to that point, I mean, Carmine's motion is still out there, and I think at some point we need to call the question.
I'll call for the question when I think we're ready as a group, so I appreciate that. Carmen and then Jason.
Mike, before you do, if I can restate, make sure I captured everything right, just before you do. I will.
Carmen and then Jason.
You know, Carolyn, just in the context, I feel it's unfortunate that we don't have the detail of the sub-element allocations that the small group of the CAC worked on. And facing that, I still feel a need to move this body forward in providing input to the RTA board. And as a result of that, we're left to work with what we have in front of us. And so my intent in making the motion was to pick a starting point and make some adjustments to that based on the identified raised grant offset, right, of named project funding, and balancing out the macro of the categorical elements a way that is quite similar to what 5.1 reflects. And as we heard here today, there's a variety of members who indicate there's lack of specificity in what we're recommending to the board, myself included. I do not believe we are recommending to them a full draft plan. We are recommending to them a framework that needs further refinement. And that further refinement involves validating which are the named corridor projects, validating the sub-element dollar amounts. And I understand the disappointment in not being able to adopt into 4.2 that framework that your working group has prepared. I am hopeful that in the continued deliberations of this group that we will consider that. And I know that members here are wanting to get to an outcome where we can unanimously recommend to the board and the board can unanimously adopt a draft to send out for public comment. And so, you know, you have my commitment to engage to and understand at even a greater level what those aspects of the final draft plan need to look like. So I can't offer more than that, but wanted to speak to the fact that I'm not discarding my statement about the work done by the CAC. I've observed it, and I know it's been with great difficulty that that group has gotten to this point. And I think that there are sound bases to what have been worked on that we just are not able to incorporate in today that warrant further discussion and consideration on the way to giving the board a fully final, specified final draft plan.
Jason, and then I'll come to you, Carolyn. Jason, you've been very patient. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm having trouble, backing, any vote today because, from what I'm hearing, there's jurisdictions that still need to go back to their members for feedback. And so what happens if the members of these jurisdictions come back and say, well, we don't like these two options or whatever? Then we have to come back together and hash over all this information that's being presented to us. And I honestly feel that unless we have 100% buy-in by all the jurisdictions, obviously this plan is not going to pass. And so I think we need to hold off on voting for an option to present to the board until we get until the jurisdictions or the members go back to their mayors and board and council and get their buy-in first before we recommend anything to the board.
Is that in the form of a motion to table this discussion, Jason? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just want to understand when you are making.
Well, I'm just saying I can't support the current motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The RTA board has tasked all of us with bringing them a plan tomorrow.
I realize.
And at this point, there is no plan. And if there is not, if there's not broader support for what's been proposed here, I think we've done a disservice to the duty we've been charged with. And I believe then the better of the options may be to say this body took no action. And therefore, then the CAC has offered 2 scenarios to you and board figure it out. But I know that that is not the expectation of the representative for Pima County on the RTA board, that that's what they would have been handed to them.
Carolyn, I apologize. I skipped over you. Carolyn, and then
That's
Tom.
okay. I just, really just saying that my end goal in my discussion here and the whole work we've done is to get something that the voters will pass. And there's steps before that. And, one of them, of course, is to get all the jurisdictions. And we're looking at another vote that would be a split vote, at least the city and then probably more. But that's just kind of the sense that when I'm talking about CAC, and I've said this before, that, we were told that the CAC was going to put together a plan with technical expertise from the TMC. And so, I don't want to just keep making the same points, but it will be far enough away from that. And maybe there won't be a recommendation today, but if it's just a tweaked one, then it gets to now the interpretation and the presentation at the board level that gets one more step away from the discussion that I had heard we were going to be giving the flavor of all of the discussion there. We're not even allowed to talk about this. So I'm going to stop talking about all that now, but it's really in the spirit of wanting the voters, because I don't see any way that going down the path that we're talking about now, and I do respect what you're trying to do, Carmine, but it has any chance at the ballot. It's anyway, that's all.
Carmine, far as you've been patient.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
just for the benefit of the committee and Jason, just to clarify, I believe the motion included exactly what you suggested, that entities go back, review the list, provide your feedback. So I just want to clarify that with the maker of the motion.
Tom and then Carmen, go ahead, Tom.
I just had a real quick reminder to everyone that these two plans that the CAC brought to you today are both approved by the CAC. Both of them had positive votes of support. Some people voted for both because they could support both. So just so that you know, that and remember that they're both supported by the CAC.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and I'm gonna try and say this as respectfully as I can, but I think the fact that we're not able to move forward on something that is felt to be clearly an improvement over the last action taken by this body because of what is not reflected in it is why we're not moving forward. There's more in there for everybody of what they want, but what has been focused on is that it's not enough, and it's unfortunate. And with that, sadly, I withdraw my motion, which leaves us back, this body TMC, recommending option one. That's the last action this body took, was option one. And so tomorrow, the RTA board then can receive, in addition to option one, option 4.2 and option 5.1, which is not what I think they expected to receive. So I withdraw my motion.
Motion has been withdrawn. There was a second. Is the seconder willing to withdraw their second? That would have to happen where you take the motion off the floor.
Yeah, I'll withdraw it, but I just want to kind of throw out the cautionary that I don't know that I've ever in my life experienced when I ran to my mom and dad to have to settle an argument between me and my siblings that either of us liked the outcome. And that's where we are right now. We're running to mom and dad and dumping it in their lap, and none of us are going to like the outcome.
You have a motion that you could put on the floor that you would recommend.
I mean, if no one is, it doesn't
I don't
like where
know
we
that
can be. Yeah.
The point is, motion maker has withdrawn, you withdrawn the second. If you would like to make a motion, the chair would entertain that. Time to think about that.
Yeah.
Fine. Paul had his hand up and then Tom. Go ahead, Paul.
Through this conversation, I mean, I've had a bit to be able to digest this. Back to Carmine's original motion, if it led off with, we're bringing forward option 4.2 as a framework with more work to be done to further refine it. Just simply at that, that's something that I think I could bring forward it with good conscience back to my mayor and say, look, you're right. There's not a lot of difference between them. I mean, there's some differences. There's some things that seem untenable in 5.1, at least from our jurisdiction, and I think from maybe a couple other jurisdictions. But we do have a solid body of work from the CAC with option 4.2, which is not a large departure from option one that we all approved back in July. If it could be kind of simplified and brought down to we're not bringing you the fully baked cake, but we at least have it mixed in the bowl here.
So the one thing I would correct, it was not all that approved that. It was not a unanimous.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
John?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going back to something I said at the beginning of today's meeting. I think we're still conflicting or confusing the roles of these two bodies. The CAC doesn't report to the TMC by any means. And they have two plans that they're saying we're ready to move to the board. So what? Let's do that. And as the TMC, we say, yes, we're prepared to continue to provide that technical assistance and support that they need to refine those two. I'm sorry. Yeah. Tomorrow's a magical date that was set, thinking ahead about when we're going to get to an election. But I got to tell you, if it needs to slip, it should slip.
John, do you have a motion? Do you have a motion that you could articulate in the form of a recommendation to the board to give them an understanding of what those next steps might look like? And then Tom will come to you.
I'll give it a shot. I would move that the TMC forwards the two plans that have been developed by the CAC with a commitment to continue to work with them to refine it into a plan. Plain and simple.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There a second? Hearing no second, dies for the lack of a second at this point. Tom, do you have?
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest a possible path could be to tell the board that you've reviewed the partial plans, which admittedly are, you can explain why they're partial plans that have been approved and submitted to the board on Thursday. But additional work is needed on them. You think that they each have value, but that with the knowledge of these several roadway projects that may move or have more funding available or, you know, have somehow changed, that list will need to be refined further. And that also the naming of the elements and the breakdown of the sub-elements is not there and needs to be still worked upon. And that the contingency should be further evaluated. Essentially, what you're doing is providing feedback about what you like and don't like about the plans that we asked you to comment on, and that they would expect you to comment. I didn't hear them say they wanted to have you give them a plan, and even Carmine's proposal, you know, his motion that he's withdrawn, wasn't doing that. It wasn't giving an actual plan to the board. It was simply saying, here's the starting point for it. And at least the way I heard it, this is the starting point for it. And all these same things that I just mentioned still need to be fleshed out.
So very similar to what John just outlined, is someone interested in making a motion that would go along with what Tom just outlined?
So Tom, I mean, that sounds like Carmine's original motion, just maybe a little bit, I don't know.
Yeah, and
Can I,
you know, maybe
can I
the
just
biggest
read
difference
back
might
what
be,
the original motion was, so that maybe we can figure out
Well,
what
it-
needs to be.
the biggest difference might be not saying start with 4.2, simply say that these two have merit and that a compromise is available. I mean, I know that that, you know, as part of what Carolyn's concerned about is that you adopt one and throw out the other. It's not that, and I don't think he intended for it to be that, but you know, start somewhere. You could start from ground zero if you want, but you're using these two as presuming that you agree that they both have some merit. To go
So
forward.
Can
maybe,
you rehear what the original motion?
hang on a second, Beth. So just to stay honed in on that, that's very close to what I heard John suggest. Is there anyone that is interested in what Tom just outlined in the form of a motion and support for that, which is similar to what Carmine established as his motion, but for honing in on one plan instead, suggesting it's both plans and then an iterative process or review. My words, not yours. Anybody interested in making that motion?
I'll make that motion with whatever refinements Rick wants to note coming from Tom.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor, which, and I'm gonna contrast it, John, just to make sure that there's clarity here. And Rick, I'll ask you, to probably the best request. It's very similar to what Carmine outlined, but for a recommendation of a specific plan instead, taking both plans and going through that exercise that was outlined. John, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that before we go further? Is there a second to that? Sam?
Who's the second, Sam? Hold on seconds.
So there is a second for discussion? Okay, Beth had asked Rick if you could read the motion that was originally put on the floor by Carmine. Yeah, please.
I will, okay.
And again, in the context of John's motion, which is slightly different, but just.
That's what I was gonna ask with your permission, I can blend the two and make sure I capture them accordingly to both your parties. Get both your
That would be
satisfaction,
fine with.
as well as yours, Carmine.
To clarify the.
All right, so the way the motion would read, TMC forward both plan options. It's a 5-part commitment. Part 1, $20 million credit from Valencia with $10 million applied to the safety and combined with active transportation, 10 million to environmental. Second part, reduce Shannon Road to its original limits, confirm revised estimate with HDR, so not using your back of the napkin calculations, savings to be evaluated for distribution. Part C, ask for input from jurisdictions on corridors, including revisions. Part D, ask jurisdictions for name categorical suggestions. And Part E, ask board for authorization to continue to refine, including sub-elements.
John, does that capture? Okay,
No.
Please.
I mean,
That's why I wanted to.
I think we're
Thank you,
talking
Jeff, for suggesting.
at the beginning of forwarding 2 plans, but then we zero in on 4.2's changes into 5.1, and I think it just confuses things. No,
So your clarification is you're suggesting what exactly? Just so that we.
I am moving that we advance the 2 plans coming from the CAC with an intent or with the commitment to the board that we will continue to work to refine those 2 plans to generate a plan that can be presented to the board, to the public.
That clear to the second thing. It's clear to the second. We do have some comments, so go ahead. Carolyn,
I guess
and
a
then-
question, so this would be a recommendation from the TMC to the board tomorrow. And they may or may not accept more time for you, so they could just pick one or do their own thing tomorrow, because they wanted it by tomorrow. And the other question is, so this motion also takes the CAC as a whole out of the equation for bringing back a plan, which will then be a TMC recommendation to the board. Right? So there will be no CAC recommendation to the board. We sent 2 to the TMC, but now there will be a recommendation by the TMC eventually, if they accept this.
Because the board will have R2.
Right, or a third plan, or,
Send
yeah,
another, it'd be a third.
right, or they can just, yeah, that's my question. really.
Go ahead, Beth.
So Carolyn, if you were a queen for a day, what are you suggesting that the TMC, what do we take back to our, our board members and suggest, for tomorrow? I mean, are we just, you guys, there's 2 plans, just do with them what you will. I mean, because 2 plans did come out of the CAC, and kind of and I have a little bit of, okay, I have a lot of reservation about just saying, we're going to continue to work on this, because I really do want to kind of bind it to the 2 options on the table. Just saying that we're going to continue to work on this, to your point, means that it could mean starting from ground zero again. And I am not willing to work from ground zero again. So I feel like one of, that to Carmen's original motion, that it would, 4.2 was the starting point, but trying to take elements to make it, to bring in some of those additional elements of 5.1. So I guess I'm not clear what you think we should be making, what the recommendation out of this group should be to the board tomorrow, other than here's 2 plans, have at it. I mean, that doesn't give them any help. And again, I don't think that anybody will get anything that they want if that's what we drop in their lap.
Yes,
Let me go to Paul, and then Bob, and then Carmine, and then John. Paul, you're up.
Sure. So back to respecting the roles of what the TMC is and what the CAC is. I agree with John that we present, the CAC has created these 2 plans. They come forward, but we have a job here today. And that is that we need to make recommendations of some sort to the board as well. And that is that perhaps what we do is of the two plans, I'm more willing to back option 4.2 than I am 5.1. And maybe this body says this, between the two, our very limited amount of time with these plans, because we haven't been able to vet them out, there's still missing information. We favor 4.2 with more working recommendations that we're willing to offer the board as we move forward. To again, keep the integrity of what the CAC has done, but to offer recommendation from this board.
So the one piece that I heard Beth mention, that was the recommendation, or at least the motion, would allow us to go back to ground zero. I don't see it. I didn't hear it that way. I heard we have two, and we'll work together to come up with a recommendation, even though it's two plans, as opposed to going back and starting all over again. Is that
That's
John?
my intent. Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
got it. And then, so Bob, and then Bob.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm back to Carmine's original. I think this group needs to provide a little more specificity to the board. Let the board be the deciding factor on how they want to flush it out. My guess is they could come back to us and say, you know, TMC, CAC, work out and refine. If we go with these two separate options, if the perception is we haven't done, okay, so I'm in favor of Carmine's original motion, second by Beth, that we stay with that motion. It's providing a framework and some specificity that we have done our job. If we've just gone through 3 hours of just saying, okay, we're here, we're giving you the two plans, we could have adopted that in the first half hour. I'm back to Carmine's original.
What's the effect if option one was the prior recommendation of TMC? Even though the CAC has discarded that, that is the last official recommended action of this body. If we advance 4.2 and 5.1, are we doing that in place of the previous recommendation? Or sending them 4.2 and 5.1 in place of the prior recommendation?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that the recommendation was to the CAC for climate discussion development. So I don't think that option one is on the table as a recommendation to the board. It was sent to the CAC at, quite frankly, Tom's request a few times to say, give us some guidance, give us some help here. And so that recommendation, at least the spirit of what I recall, was to the CAC. So these two plans that are in front of us were informed by that original direction or recommendation from this body.
So if I may provide some clarity, I don't know at this point how much more clear the different options can be, but obviously the board has already seen option one adopted by TMC, that they saw that back in July. Previous to that, the board had a motion and acted on making sure that by December 7th, they have a plan in collaboration between CAC and TMC. That motion was very specific. So it kind of defined the role as CAC work with TMC and advance one proposal. So even at this point, with two proposals, we had this discussion at the CAC meeting. I don't believe the CAC members were happy about the fact that there were two plans moving forward. I think if they were able to, they would have liked to have one plan, but unfortunately they did not reach consensus. So from my perspective and following our protocol, there are currently two plans from the CAC and one plan from TMC.
So point of clarification then, John, in your motion, are you suggesting that there would be three plans that are still on the table? Option 1, 4.2, and 5.1?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I guess if we needed to clarify that, by amending that motion to say option 1 previous, we the TMC are moving to advance 2 plans from the CAC and no longer supporting the previous option 1 that was presented to the board.
With that clarification, there was a second. Is the secretary okay with that? So we do have a clarification of that motion. Carmine, continue with you.
Unfortunately, in doing that, what occurs is that we had a specified plan recommended to the RTA. TMC did, so that option 1 is based around. So that had a breakdown, correct, Farhad, of the subcategorical elements for each of those categories, dollar amounts and categories. If we advance option 4.2 and 5.1 as the way they are, it doesn't have that same specificity. 4.2, well, Farhad said earlier, 4.2 relies on the same subcategorical elements as option 1, which is the based on the TMC action. 5.1 doesn't have a subcategorical.
Correct. There were modifications made, but unknown modifications. Not on modifications, but amounts were changed without additional details.
Okay, so I think, John, your clarification stands based on the motion.
Yes, it
Second.
does.
Jennifer, you've got before.
Yeah, so I have concerns about carrying 2 plans forward. Also concerned about carrying a plan forward that does eliminate NIMA. So those would be my major concerns. And kind of seems like we're stuck discussing some of the information that we don't have or aren't aware of. So I think the possibility of moving forward with a plan, understanding that some of the specifics of the categoricals would need to be discussed, as well as some of the projects that jurisdictions have offered up. Reassigning that many would be the next option of a possible path.
Somebody else?
Pass.
Erwin, you have a comment?
Just that Beth asked me if I was queen, what I would do. And I think you've heard that nobody is, nobody's starting talking anywhere close to starting from scratch. We're talking about 4.2 and 5.1, that I think would be almost there. And I mean, just to totally clarify, and it's kind of splitting hairs, but at the last vote before we adjourned and before we decide, it was decided to take both of them forward. The 4.2 got less than half of the votes, and the 5.2, whatever it is, 4.1, 4.2, and 5.1 got more than half of the votes. I don't think anybody on the CAC is happy with that. Nobody went out of there and said, boy, did we win. And so that's why I keep coming back to, I don't think we need another 5 hours. I mean, I would like to have the CAC recommend something to the board. And that's why if I was queen, I would say, this has been a really rich discussion. We hear you. I think you guys have so much ready to put the plan together. Let us do it for you. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And I don't want to drag this out. And maybe you have vacation plans. I don't know. But I mean, I don't want to drag it out for another 6 months. I'm just talking about another hour, because we want to have a consensus, and maybe it won't be a total consensus, but if we have an overwhelming majority, I think it's going to happen. That's.
Beth, you have your hand up? Oh,
So,
I'm sorry.
so maybe the recommendation and, hearing Carolyn saying that she needs 1 more month or 1 more hour, is to give them one more meeting.
One more
But
hour.
also to specify that whatever comes out of that last meeting, that this group gets it kind of with enough time so that when we come back, that we've had a chance to look at all these things that we don't have, from 2 days, to Mike's point, that we didn't have 2 days to digest this, that, we all have, an adequate amount of time to look at it so that we can come back and have an hour meeting amongst ourselves and just resolve all of this. mean, just kind of throwing that out there as, hey, they're so close that we're recognizing as TMC that the CAC is so close. We want to give them, you know, they brought us 2 plans. We think that they can come to consensus on this and get it down to 1. Give us as TMC some time to really look at that, make some maybe final adjustments that are very, you know, specific to our jurisdictions and bring that forward.
Carmine and then Farhad.
Spent the first 2 hours of the meeting talking about this topic of overlap contingency. 5.1 has no contingency. It has no overlap in it. And at the CAC committee meeting, they were not open to moving from their respective positions to get to there. Carolyn, I believe my observation sitting there, you may disagree, that the reason 5-1 received as many negative votes as it did is only way to get 5-1 to a consensus place amongst the CAC is by taking money out of other categorical elements and putting it into the contingency. This body arrived at agreement that we need to cover the overlap, $40 million. Where does the 40 million come from? Out of this 5-1 option. It looks like only available right with my recommended modification. Everything is intact virtually, right? With some refinement and finalization on specificity. The only difference is there is $57 million more 5.1. And it learned from Miranda that China needs to be included in the package. So then you need to cover that $44 million. $4 million out of option 5.1 categories to get INA back in and to cover contingency. And there was no indication with the committee, the CAC asking, is there opportunity to get to a consensus plan? And there was no indication. And so that is why I did not start in my motion with 5.1. It leaves out a major corridor for a jurisdictional member, and it has no overlap funding. And so again, we're looking at what is not there that we'd like to see there, and we're looking past what more has been included in there from the TMC adopted option. And that just means that we're here at this point. And I'm not going to vote in favor of sending 2 plans forward. I know clearly that's not the expectation. And those of you representing, you know, your jurisdictions, if you think that's what the board expected to get on December 7th, I'd be surprised. I just.
Farhad and then John and then John.
Thank you. I can't say it any clearly than Carmine just said that. If you recall, the board already delayed this decision by 6 months. I believe Mr. McGovern, as the chair of the CAC, was very optimistic that we can get to a consensus at the last meeting. Kudos to the entire CAC committee. They did their best. And I think everybody walked out acknowledging that they are split almost equally. And I believe the consensus was that they would not be able to reach consensus. And Carmine observed the same thing. Mr. McGovern stated that clearly at the meeting, that we do not believe that we're going to be able to reach consensus. So I just want to put that out there and maybe ask Tom, do you think there is an opportunity to reach consensus at this point?
We'll come back to you, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you, Farhad. We've got John on the floor. John.
Just wanted to react to something Carmine said. This group did in fact talk about the $40 million contingency for this overlap. But the CAC didn't even have the benefit of that $40 million number yesterday or Monday. They just knew there was some overlap that was going to be dealt with. So, you know, we are totally disenfranchising CAC if we take any action today just to come up with one plan. That's all I'm suggesting.
Thank you, John. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I'm gonna throw something kind of out there. There has been a lot of conversation around the two plans. There was a motion made earlier on moving forward with 4.2 with some modifications and making some change forward. Most recent discussion being some concerns about contingency and taking care of the overlap. Looking at the 5.1 option, there were 4 projects in green that were proposed to be removed or added in the 5.1 option. 2 of those projects being the county, who is recommending moving forward with 4.1. So I guess my question I'm throwing out at this point is those 4 green projects that are sitting in 5.2 right now. If we were to reallocate those projects to bring Ina back into the mix, which I've heard from, you know, Bob and Paul and Carolyn and of course Marana and other regional benefits there. If we were to take that, reallocate that to an Ina project, and then put the remainder of that to include a contingency, because that was not something that was known at the time, making sure that we can take care of that overlap and address that contingency. Is that something that this group is willing to entertain?
So,
With 5.1.
sure. I'm gonna go back and suggest, and then we'll ask, you know, what that answer might be. Seems to me that the way that I understand the motion that's on the floor, it basically is similar to what was originally recommended, with the distinction that there are pieces of both plans that are necessary to be incorporated. One could think of it as 4.2, which was the original motion, informed by 5.1, right? To include all the things that we've talked about, contingency and all things along with that. In my opinion, is not radically different than what John has put on the table, which is take both plans, take the best of both plans, if you will, that resonate with the agencies, with the entities, as well as with our non-jurisdictional members, and come up with a game plan. But we need time to do that. I don't think that that's saying, you know, board make a decision on one of the 2 plans, and we have no recommendation. I don't agree with that. I think the fact that we got these really on Monday, and here we are Wednesday talking through this, I think the smart money is to say we have these plans on the table, board, and we are willing to dissect the pieces and develop one plan. I will tell you, when I walked in here thinking about if I have to choose A or B, I'm out. I can't, right? But having confidence in us as a group, that we will, through an iterative process, be able to address the priorities that the city of Tucson established, address the concerns that were voiced by the member agencies and members of the public. I have more confidence that we could get to a plan that would make sense for us. And I think that's an important evolution based on the conversation. We've been at it almost 4 hours exactly, except for that break we took. So I throw that out to you to think about. So definitely.
I just want a little bit of clarification on what you just said. I guess it's the ultimate suggestion on that is that we're going to go back to, or that our recommendation to the board is going to be that we as a group, we're not punting anything back to the CAC, that we as a group have kind of, rather than giving them this kind of categorized list of things that we are going to get done for them to approve, is us saying, hey, we need one more meeting to flesh these specific items out to bring the final plan back to them.
And I would interpret, yes, with the exception that one more meeting may not be enough. Only from this, I don't want to be sitting here another 4 hours, but it's so important that we incorporate all of these pieces. Jennifer threw on the table this group, but Jennifer threw on the table support for Ina Road. my gut would be, of course, we're gonna support Anna Road. But what does that mean in the context of the rest of the funding and the rest of the pieces? As part of that, and again, you know, that word iterative process, that's the discussion. Paul's concerns, our concerns, throwing those in the context of those two plans is really the way I see this ultimately working. And I don't think it's punting. I don't think it's punting to the board. I don't think it's punting to the CAC. I think it is taking the information that we got from the Monday discussion and saying, all right, we've got our work cut out for us. Board, we think there are elements of both pieces, and we are going to develop, our commitment is to develop something that is respectful of the CAC energy and effort. That's what I'm basically suggesting. Go ahead, Carmen.
Sure, I think there are too many undefined aspects. I can't support a recommendation from this body that says, here are two plans, let us work on bringing back a refined plan to you. I think that's moving us away from what the expectation was by the board, that we bring them a draft. They have a draft in hand. They can choose to go out to the public with that. You know, I was, you know, of the belief that moving, right, and it's not 4.2, it's 4.2 modified, right? We took $20 million and added 10 to safety and added 10 to environmental to round those out at the numbers that were requested in 5.1. We've identified reducing the scope on another project that we think can generate another 20 million to get allocated out. So let's validate that. Let's figure out what the number is and let's apply it somewhere. Let's ask the jurisdictions to verify, to confirm their named project list, the ones that they want to see above the line. Let's go ahead and ask the jurisdictions to identify safety and active transportation projects, named projects. Let's ask to identify them. And with that information, let's refine the plan, understanding that there is a lot of work that we can rely on from the CAC. I even said, right, recommend that the TMC be the body, but that would not preclude TMC from activating the ad hoc committee. As I understand it, the CAC concludes, right? The board, unless the board continues it, the CAC is not authorized to continue meetings. Is that a fair statement or?
I guess a better statement is that the ad hoc committee can continue to meet and you can have non-TMC representatives continue to participate.
But it does the CAC, right? What is the status of the CAC after their Monday meeting?
That's up to the board. I don't know.
My suggestion, I think, back to Carmine's point, I would not recommend that we do or continue with the ad hoc working group. I don't feel comfortable that our non-jurisdictional members are not part of that. I think that the TMC, if we're going to do this, and we're going to do an iterative process, we go through a formal TMC discussion, because I do think that although the agencies, you know, we appreciate the opportunity to do that, I do think the non-jurisdictional members bring very valuable insight, and I would suggest that and continue to have Tom and Carolyn, even if not in a formal TMC or excuse me, CAC representative role, members of the public be able to weigh in and inform future conversations. That's my suggestion on that. So, John,
Mr. Chairman, you know, in deference to what Carmine was saying, I get it. We should be as clear as we can with the board about what else we will look at, but I can't limit it to whatever Carmine's come up with today. It could be other things that we better analyze. And I don't have a problem with saying one more meeting. Let's commit ourselves to something. You know, give us one more meeting.
I'm good with one more meeting. Go ahead.
I'm going to put a motion out there that this body make no recommendation.
There is a motion on the floor. And so protocol would be to ask for a second on Carmine's motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There is a motion and a second. This is a motion to make no recommendation to the board. I will call for the question. Any discussion on that? Motion on the floor is no recommendation to the RTA board. Did you have a comment, Sam?
What happened to John's?
Vote. We will vote on John's after, so the motion would be voted on first, and then we would vote on John's motion. Hearing none, I'll call for the question. The motion is no recommendation to the RTA board. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Could you do hands up instead?
All in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand. So we got one.
And online. Crystal, I'm showing no online, 7 in room, 0.
So 7, all those opposed to no recommendation, please raise your hand.
We've got 4 with 2 online. That's what you got, Crystal? 4 plus 2. I have a 7, 4 and a 6 against with 13 total.
Yep.
Okay.
So what's the answer?
It's
7, 6.
passes by 7.
The
No recommendation to the
to
RTA
the
board.
board,
That's a 7, 6.
that means that the original motion is moved. All right, that would then conclude our TMC meeting. There is no recommendation going to the board. And we will see how that goes tomorrow with the board. Thank you all for your time. Have a great afternoon. Love everyone. I got bills. And